The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Good morning, everybody. It's the full house at Tampa City Council. Welcome. I'd like to call this meeting to order and recognize Councilman Maniscalco for our invocation.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to welcome Father Zach Elliott, a Franciscan friar from our neighbors at the historic Sacred Heart Catholic Church right down the street. Father Zach has been a parochial vicar with Sacred Heart since July of 2011, approaching his 15-year anniversary and ministering to the downtown community. It is special, too, for us to have a Franciscan with us today, as they are in the midst of a Jubilee year celebrating the 800th anniversary of St. Francis of Assisi's passing, the saint whose order embodies the pursuit of justice, peace, and integrity for creation. So if we would all please stand, and Father Zach lead us in the invocation.
Almighty and gracious God, we come before you with humble hearts and grateful spirits. We thank you for the many blessings you have bestowed upon our city and for the privilege of gathering here today to serve the people of Tampa. We give you thanks for this vibrant community, a city rich in history, diversity, opportunity, and hope. We are grateful for the families who call Tampa home, the businesses and organizations that help our city thrive, and for the countless individuals who work each day to make this community stronger, safer, and more welcoming. Lord, we ask your blessing upon this council the mayor, the city administrators, and all public servants entrusted with leadership. Grant them wisdom to discern what is right and act with courage and integrity, with humility, to listen with open minds and compassionate hearts. May their decisions be guided not by personal interest, but by sincere commitment to the common good and well-being of all residents. We pray for our police officers, firefighters, emergency medical personnel, and all first responders who place themselves in harm's way to protect others. Surround them with your protection and grant them peace and strength with their families. We also remember those in our community who are struggling, those facing illness, loneliness, financial hardships, uncertainty, and loss. Inspire us to be mindful of their needs and to seek solutions that uplift the most vulnerable among us. As this meeting begins, help us to conduct our work with respect, civility, and a spirit of cooperation. When opinions differ, may we listen carefully. When challenges arrive, may we seek understanding. And in all that we do, may we pursue justice, fairness, and compassion for every person we serve. We ask that you bless the city of Tampa, its neighbors, its schools, its houses of worship, its businesses, and all who live and work and visit here. May our community continue to grow in unity, prosperity, and hope. For we ask all of these things with gratitude and faith. Amen.
Amen.
Councilman Maniscalco, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco. Hurtak. Young. Vieira. Carlson. And Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Very good. Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes from sessions held on May 21st, 2026, and the workshop and evening sessions held on May 28th, 2026? I have a motion from Councilman Miranda. I have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Before we start, I would like to say we have a special announcement. We have a birthday, and actually we have a couple birthdays in the house. One, Councilwoman Nia Young. Happy birthday. Thank you. Can you think of a better place to celebrate your birthday than sitting up here with us? Yeah. Well, let me announce another birthday in the house. Our Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephanie Pointer. Stephanie Pointer, happy birthday. What is it, 79? Love you. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Naya and Stephanie. Happy birthday to you. Any other birthdays in the house? No? Okay, hearing none. We'll close that segment of our agenda. Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Stephanie, isn't it your birthday? Oh, I did. Sorry.
Okay, so we've got approval of the agenda. I know there's some changes we're going to make. Anybody want to start us off? Anybody on the consent agenda? We're good on the consent agenda? Okay. Let's see. Councilman Carlson.
I want to pull 19 for separate vote.
19 for a separate vote. Okay. Okay, we will pull 19 for a separate vote. Anything else on consent agenda? Councilwoman Hurtak.
I want to pull 20 for a separate vote.
20 for a separate vote, okay. 19 and 20. Okay, under staff reports, administrative update, I'd like to get a motion to move administrative updates after our commendation and presentations. Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, actually, I'm sorry, not after commendations, after public comment for that. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah, sorry. Okay. Councilman?
Yes, sir, thank you. And for Chief Bennett, I don't believe we spoke about this, but if you can comment, if you're prepared to comment on the ATU issue for the worker of the quarter, if not, we can wait till next week. In other words, is that something that where something can be worked through personnel or whatnot to
Why don't we,
be honored.
let's hold off on
And
that.
I don't mean for now,
Yeah.
I'm saying if you can
Yeah.
comment at the time. If you're not prepared, we can do next week, but just, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Item number 55, 56, and 57, I don't think we need staff. Is everybody good with receiving and filing those? 55, 56, and 57?
Yes.
Okay, no, okay. Staff will be present for 58.
If I can, Mr. Chairman. With regard to 55, 56, and 57, no staff being necessary, if we could take those up at the end of the consent docket.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that nobody wants
Thank
staff
you.
here. Okay, staff will be present for 58.
May I, Mr. Chair, on 58?
Uh-huh.
Thank you, sir. Just, I see Chief Barbara Tripp here. If you, ma'am, or anybody in your staff, or anybody who's going to be here, needs this at a specific time, please let us know in the meanwhile. So that's all, if I may. Thank you.
Okay. I'm suspecting that we do want staff for 59.
The report was pretty clear.
I just would like to have a discussion among us. I don't need staff there.
Okay. 60, 61, staff will be present. 62 is Marty Shelby, so he'll be the staff for that. We have a request to continue item number 63 to June 18th, 2026.
So moved.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
And
Shelby?
that is as a written staff report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Item number 64, request to continue to August 17th, 2026, the budget workshop at 5:01. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Anything
Motion
else?
to approve 65.
Okay.
That's the written, I'm sorry, receive and file 65.
Okay, we have a motion to receive and file item number 65. It was a written report from Councilman Hurtak, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Anything else? I have a motion to approve from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, that was relatively painless. Accommodations and presentations. We're going to start off with our favorite, Councilman Vieira, police at first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to invite up, come on up. Here you go. And so it is our great pleasure, Tampa City Council, to do our Officer of the Month for Officer Martin Ramirez, who I saw here, I believe, with his family. And so we always proud to do this here on Tampa City Council, honor both our police and firefighters. Councilman Maniscalco had mentioned St. Francis of Assisi, and there's a great saying I love from him, which is preach always and speak if you have to. And I think that our first responders, whether our police officers or our firefighters, always just preach, I guess, if you will, good virtue and good living by virtue of the things that they do every day. So come forward, sir, if you'd like to talk about our Officer of the Month.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Vieira. Deputy Chief Pat Messmer, TPD. Good morning, Officer Ramirez. If you'd like to come on up. So I would like to introduce Officer Martin Ramirez as our Officer of the Month for June. Officer Ramirez has been with the department for about 8 years. He's been spending the past 4 years as a field training officer up in District 2. Field training officer is one of the most important jobs we have. When a new recruit comes out of the police academy, they go to field training to get that on-the-job training, and Officer Ramirez really exemplifies the standards that we expect of our field training officers. Due to his training ability, his knowledge, his work ethic, he's a lot of times tasked with training those recruits who need a little extra help. They're struggling a little bit because he's able to get them to the level they need to be solo Tampa police officers. So in addition to that, he's one of the most proactive officers on the squad. He takes some of the most calls for service of any officer on his squad and just does an all-around great job in the community. A couple instances in the past couple months, Officer Ramirez was on foot patrol in one of our parks. Where we have a lot of neighbors calling with concerns. He hears shots being fired in the park. He's able to see the individual firing a firearm in the park. He's able to de-escalate that situation, take that person into custody, recover the firearm. Shortly after that, a different call for service in his zone. He responds to a shots fired call. He's, again, out on foot in the community trying to discern what happened. He sees the individual, again, firing shots. he's able, once again, to de-escalate, take that person into custody, recover a firearm and ammunition. So great work that Officer Ramirez does, both training our recruits, policing in the community, just does an excellent job with that. He also is one of our Spanish-speaking officers and always volunteers to help out our detective, whether or not it's our district detectives, homicides, special victims, with any kind of interviews that need to be conducted, again, due to his skill as an interviewer, just as an all-around great example for the Tampa Police Department, and that is why he is our Officer of the Month for June.
Thank you. So, Officer, before we formally honor you, we have some folks here from the community, starting with the PBA, who'd like to just show you their gratitude. You stand here, I guess. Okay.
Good morning, Council. Brandon Barclay, President, Tampa PBA. I'm here actually on behalf of a bunch of people today. So first, I'd like to present this plaque to you for a job well done. Great job. Also, on behalf of Pete Blvd and Busch Gardens, they want to give you 4 complimentary tickets. I have not prepared an invocation on behalf of Steve Michelini, but I do have the Yummy House for you. I have Chichio's Restaurant Group for you, Meat Market for you, and I also have Jackson's Bistro for you. So those are from Steve Michelini. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Officer Ramirez. Thank you again for your service to the community. On behalf of Friends of the Tampa Riverwalk, I would like to present you with a personalized paver along the Tampa Riverwalk. I think it's going to be engraved on the 19th. We will let staff know so that they can notify you. In addition, some of our partners would also like to present you with some gifts. Manthe Hospitality is presenting you with Yacht Starship, Lost Pearl, and Pirate Water taxi tickets. Splitsville would like to present you with a gift certificate, and Florida Avenue Brewing would also like to present you with a gift certificate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Jill Witecki with Tampa Theater. Thank you for what you do in promoting and protecting the future of our community through the training. And on behalf of Tampa Theater, we wanted to present you and your family with an annual membership to come see us at this historic movie palace.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Officer Ramirez. I'm Grace Gonzalez. I'm here on behalf of the Gonsmart family and the 1905 family of restaurants. Thank you for your time and your commitment and for being here in Tampa. Thank you to your family for your sacrifice. We want to present you with this gift card to enjoy a night at the Columbia Flamenco Show, or after you go see your paver, visit Eulalie or the Columbia Cafe.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy. Thank you and congratulations.
Good morning, Council. I'm Mary Dillon, representing Straz Center for the Performing Arts. Officer, thank you so much for your service in our community. On behalf of Straz, please accept some tickets to our upcoming performance. I think you could couple that with a lot of different items you're going to receive and have a really wonderful evening. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Council. I'm Lori Osborne with the Florida Orchestra. Nice to meet you, Officer Ramirez, and thank you so much for your service and not only sacrificing yourself, but training the next generation of recruits and keeping our city safe. Thank you, and thank you to your family. On behalf of the Florida Orchestra, we'd like to invite you and your family to a performance, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council, Mr. Chair. Brian Ford with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. First, I have to congratulate all the first responders. We hosted this year's Badge Bowl at our facility this past weekend, and very humbled and honored to do so. And the firemen came in on the win there, so congratulations. I'm humbled and honored to host that, and I encourage us all, what a great event, and I hope to pack that place next year. So, and Officer Ramirez, thank you. Your story is unbelievable, and I'd like to thank your family for their sacrifice and support that they give you to allow you to do what you do for our great city. But we have a little tradition at One Buck, and on behalf of the Glazer family and our entire organization, anybody that goes over and above gets their own game ball with your name. So hearing your story, you deserve that game ball. So thank you for all that you do. Thank you very much.
Remind everybody that the microphone is in the podium.
Leo
and-
Gary,
Yes.
Bill Curry Ford.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
Officer Ramirez.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for what you do. And I say it every single time. I appreciate and respect each and every one of you guys that puts that uniform on every single day to make this city safe for us. So thank you so much. On behalf of Bill Burgoyne, I want to give you a handwritten letter from Jennifer Curry. Also, a gift card inside there as well, and then a full free maintenance on your personal vehicle. And there's also some Ford apparel in there as well for you.
Awesome.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Mike MacArthur, Steps Towing Service. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Officer Ramirez, on a job well done. Thank you for everything you do for our community. So on behalf of Todd Stepp and Steps Towing, I'd like to present you with a $100 gift card. Have some dinner, take your family out, and take some time off, and you deserve it. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Good morning, my name is Mary Lou Bailey, and I'm here on behalf of Zoo Tampa at Lowry Park. Thank you so much for your service. I have, in honor of you, an annual membership to the zoo that you and your family can go and enjoy all of the animals. And we always have a little plush here, so your kids can fight, like maybe share it, I don't know. But it's an elephant today, and elephants are very versatile, like in your story. Did you know that their trunks could serve as a snorkel when they go underwater, as well as to feed themselves and get things from hot, anyway.
Yeah.
So that's my little animal fact for the day. So thank you so much for your service. I really respect you and everyone who puts on the uniform. Thank you for taking care of us.
So, Officer Ramirez, on behalf of a very grateful city of Tampa, we're proud to honor you with this Officer of the Month plaque. We really thank you for all your work, and I know your family that's here, all including your kids and your wife and everybody, so very, your parents, everybody, family, oh, sorry. All the family here is very proud of you, so God bless you, sir. Dios te bendiga. Thank you, sir. There you go. Thank you. And if you want to say anything,
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank God for allowing me to be here today. I want to thank the City Council. I want to thank the TPD staff, my supervisors who always show support and guidance in my career. I'm grateful to receive this recognition, and I want to give a special thanks to Squad 209. This job isn't done alone. It's always it's a group effort, so they deserve this award just as much as I do. I really want to thank my wife, my kids, my family. My parents, they're not here today, they're at home, pero también les quiero dar gracias a ellos. Hopefully they'll see this later. And yeah, I'm just grateful to be here and doing my job and serving the citizens of Tampa.
On behalf of Tampa City Council and the entire city of Tampa, thank you, and thank you to your squad and everybody else that wears the badge for keeping Tampa safe. It's part of why Tampa is such an amazing city and getting better every day is because of the work that you do. We're very much appreciative for everybody, for you standing here and everybody that's standing behind you and everybody that's in the field right now helping us keep the city of Tampa safe. Oh, Councilwoman Hurtek would like to acknowledge your wife and kids. Would you like to join him at the podium just to say hello? Talk about putting kids on the spot. When my kids were that age, they would melt right now if I did that to them. Hi. Hola.
Hola.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. You must be
This
very
is
proud of your dad.
My wife Diana, my daughter Natalie, my son Nathan, and my son Martin.
Well, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I think you must be very proud of your father for his accomplishments and what he does for the city of Tampa.
Yes.
Thank you
Yes.
for joining him this morning.
Thank you for having us.
I hope you're enjoying summer school. Very good. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now you guys take a picture. Okay.
Bye. Okay, Councilman Vera.
Yes, I'll text you, well, whatever you guys want, trust me. Okay, ready to go, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. So next, we're going to be doing our firefighter of the quarter. Again, same principle applies. We're always very proud to honor all of our first responders, in this case, our amazing firefighters. And to talk about Captain James McGregor, we have here our Chief Barbara Tripp. So come forward, ma'am.
Good morning, Council. Barbara Tripp, Tampa Fire Rescue Fire Chief. Today, it is my honor to introduce Captain James McGregor as our firefighter of the quarter. Captain McGregor has served at Tampa Fire Rescue for over 19 years, but throughout his career with Tampa Fire Rescue, he has consistently demonstrated commitment to excellence, professionalism, and service. Whether he's leading his crew, mentoring new firefighters, teaching a classroom, or serving as an acting district chief, he approaches every responsibility with the same level of dedication and purpose. He is constantly seeking opportunity to learn, to improve, and to bring knowledge back to his crew, as well as Tampa Fire Rescue. Through additional education, training certificates, and attending training programs across the country, he has developed an impressive depth of knowledge. More importantly, he's willing to share that knowledge with others, helping develop the next generation of firefighters through recruit training, in-service instructions, and day-to-day mentorship. His commitment to service extends beyond the fire service. Before joining Tampa Fire Rescue, Captain McGregor served our nation with distinct and pride in the United States Marine Corps for 20 years. This includes 7 years active duty and 13 years of reserve. He was assigned to the HMX-1 Presidential Helicopter Squadron, Service Marine Corps that actually oversaw that. Serving as a helicopter crew, where he earned the Presidential Service Badge. In addition, he served multiple deployments during his military career as a foreign security advisor in support of OIF, OEF, basically two major post-9/11 U.S. combat operations. The discipline, leadership, and selfless service that define his military career continues to be evident in everything he does today. One of his greatest strengths is his dependability. Where challenge is, he tackle it and project to complete a problem. Captain McGregor is always willing to assist. He leads by example, earns the respect of those he works alongside, and consistently demonstrate the values that define profession. Captain McGregor, dedication to personal and professional development and genuine desire to make those around him better, have a tremendous impact on Tampa Fire Rescue. His passion for service in our country and our community makes him deserving of this award. Please join me in congratulating Captain McGregor as Firefighter of the Quarter.
Pardon me, ma'am. So, Captain, here you go, sir. Stand here if you don't mind. So, before we honor you, sir, we have folks who'd like to honor you from the community, starting with Mr. Stocco with your union. And if you'd like, ma'am, you can stand here.
Remember, microphone is in the podium. Please stand and speak towards us so people at home can hear you.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Council. Nick Stocco, President, IFF Local 754. I am doing two other presentations, so please be mindful of the time. The first one is on behalf of Busch Gardens, and Captain McGregor, for you and your family, on behalf of Busch Gardens, here's for complimentary admission to Busch Gardens of Tampa Bay. And on behalf of Busch Gardens, congratulations and thank you for your service and your dedication. The second one, unfortunately, Mr. Michelini had an unfortunate death in his family, which resulted in him not being able to be here, but he did relay these on behalf of Steve Michelini, and I will try to do my best Steve Michelini impression. I want to thank you for your years of dedicated service to the Tampa Fire Department. I have represent a couple businesses in the South Tampa area. I want to give you some gift certificates. First is from the Chichio's Restaurant Group. $50 there for a gift certificate to take your family out to. Second is $50 gift certificate to the Yummy House. And then for the Jackson's Bistro over in the Harbor Island area, it's $100 to the Jackson's Group. And lastly, to the Old Hyde Park Village and the meat market, take your family there for $100 at the meat market. So thank you on behalf of Steve Michelini.
Well done, sir, well done.
And lastly, on behalf of Local 754, and all of the firefighters here in the city of Tampa. We want to thank you for your years of dedicated service, not just to the city, but also to this great country and your family. Recently, the Boston Fire Department lost a firefighter in a line-of-duty death at a fire, and firefighter Robert BK Kildoff. Firefighter BK was a 24-year veteran of the Boston Fire Department and was the rank of firefighter. As Rep. Alvarez says, Captain McGregor is very familiar with being deployed, as we heard his years of service to this country through his deployment, and we want to thank you for that. As a firefighter, as Rep. Alvarez says, it is the daily deployed, and Captain McGregor, along with the men and women to my left from the fire chief on down, putting their lives on the line every day that they walk out of that door and being the daily deployed to be able to come back and provide for their families. When firefighter BK responded to the fire, as many of us know, you take your shoes off and your shoes are left on the side of the apparatus for the most part before you get on. Well, when firefighter BK didn't return, they outlined his shoes in the apparatus bay and they're going to engrave too big to fill. And that is the risk that we take every day when we put on this uniform to serve this community and our brothers and sisters. So to all firefighters, specifically to Captain McGregor and his family, congratulations and thank you for your service.
Good morning again. Mary Beth Williams on behalf of Friends of the Riverwalk. That's a hard act to follow. Captain McGregor, thank you for your service. On behalf of Friends of the Tampa Riverwalk, I would like to present you with a personalized engraved paver along the Tampa Riverwalk. We will let you know when it has been engraved. In addition, some of our member organizations would also like to present you with some gifts. Manthe Hospitality has some tickets to Yacht Starship, Lost Pearl, and Pirate Water Taxi. This is Florida Avenue Brewing, a gift certificate to their establishment, and Splitsville has an adult night out for you. So we hope that you enjoy, and we thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Good morning, Captain.
Morning.
Council, once again, Jill Witecki with Tampa Theater, and we would be honored to show the movie of your story because it sounds like an incredible one. But in the meantime, we'd love to invite you and your family to come join us to see a movie or a show with an annual membership. Thank you so much for what you do.
Good morning, Captain McGregor. I'm Grace Gonzalez. I'm here on behalf of the Gonsmart family and the 1905 family of restaurants. Thank you so much for everything you do, your time and your commitment. Thank you for being here in Tampa. Please enjoy yourself and your family. Please enjoy a night off in Ybor City, Casa Santo Stefano, Columbia, wherever you'd like. Thank you and congratulations.
Hi, Council. Lori Osborne with the Florida Orchestra. Congratulations, Captain McGregor. It is truly an honor to shake your hand. Thank you for your service, not only in the military, but now also serving our community. We're so happy and just, I guess, proud of the fact that you have continued to dedicate your life to being better and helping our community. Thank you for sacrificing and your support for him. On behalf of the Florida Orchestra, we would love to have you come and have your family come to listen to a performance.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Mary Dillon, Strauss Center. On behalf of a grateful Strauss Center, Captain, thank you so much for your service to our city and our country. Please accept tickets to an upcoming performance and enjoy with your family. Thank you so much.
City Council, again, Leo Gary with Bill Curry Ford. Captain, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything that you do. Listening to your resume is amazing, not only with the fire department, but also with the military. I respect, just like the Tampa Police Department, I respect you guys. It's a tough job, thankless job, so we appreciate you. On behalf of Bill Curry Ford, I want to present to you a handwritten letter from Jennifer Curry herself with a gift card inside as well, and then a full free maintenance on their personal vehicle as well, and there's also some Ford apparel in there. Awesome. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Morning, Council. Mike MacArthur, Steps Towing. Congratulations, Captain, on a job well done.
Thank you.
You deserve it. take this time, enjoy all these gifts that you're giving, because you truly deserve it, and I got a feeling we're going to see him at the end of the year at this Tampa Fireman's Banquet. It's a wonderful story that you have, and thank you for everything you do. On behalf of Todd Steps Towing, enjoy some dinner, Top Golf, whatever it is you like to do. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate it.
Good morning, Mary Lou Bailey again. I'm here on behalf of Zoo Tampa. I serve on the board there. I wanted to congratulate you. It's such an honor to meet you. Thank you for your service in the military and for putting your life on the line again in this. We've got a family membership to the zoo for you. Enjoy it in good health. I have a macaw here. Macaw is a beautiful bird, but they have formed lifelong social bonds, and the teamwork that you obviously have embodied in both of your careers, I think, is mindful of that. When they are particularly close, they actually fly wing to wing with the birds that they like. So anyway, enjoy it in good health. Congratulations.
Morning, Council. Brian Ford again with the Buccaneers, and a very happy birthday, Councilwoman Young there. Captain McGregor, your story is unbelievable, and not only your service for our great city, but our great country as well. So thank you for your sacrifice, your family sacrifice. And again, on behalf of the Glazer family, we have a little tradition. Our entire organization, anybody that goes over and above gets their own game ball. So there's your game ball, and we appreciate all that you do. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Congratulations again to the firefighters.
If you don't mind. So, sir, on behalf of a grateful city, as many have said, not only for your service in uniform, but like so many other firefighters, including Chief Tripp, serving in our United States military for so long, including on the upcoming 250th anniversary of our country's founding. So we're very appreciative for that. So for that and so much more, sir, it's our pleasure and honor to honor you. So thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you. You want to say anything more? And if you want to say, please.
I'd just like to say thank you. It's kind of unexpected. I'm very appreciative of it. I just want to thank my district chief for putting me in for it. I'm very grateful. I'd like to thank my family, my wife and my kids, for putting up with me for so long doing this. And my crew. I'd say I have the best crew on the job personally, and I wouldn't be doing this without them. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of Tampa City Council and the entire city of Tampa, thank you so much for your dedication, your service to our country. I will. On behalf of the city of Tampa, and thank you for the service to our country, and thank you for the service to our city. Keeping us safe, is a top priority for public service, and we always remember on Tampa City Council the dedication of Tampa Fire and what you bring to our community when people are in times of need. Thank you so much. And would you like to bring your family up to the podium? Are they here?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Oh, look at that. Yeah, they're loving this. Loving this. Yay.
My wife Carrie, my oldest daughter Bella, my youngest daughter Mia, my son Joey, my mom Ann, and my brother Shane.
Very nice. So these are the real heroes that tolerate everything you do. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah.
Very much so.
Hey, I like that. I like that polo shirt back there. What is that? A Tampa Bay? What is that?
Rays.
Tampa Bay Rays. Okay, good. Go Rays. Very good. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Okay, we'll pause for a moment to let everybody shift. That's a bunch of firefighters right there. Brian. I tried to call you. Give me a call. Unfortunately, we'll probably be sitting here. Yeah. That's all right. Very good. Take care.
Can we get him to say that on the podium?
Well, yeah, that's all right. We'll have him explain it when he comes to the ball. Mr. Shelby, tag, you're it. What's that? I'm gonna do it after public comment. Oh, actually, Molly? Where's Molly? Molly, hold on one second. Do you want to stay for public comment? Are you guys are gonna stay for public comment, right? Okay, then just we'll do it after public comment. Okay. That's what I thought. Y'all confused. Mr. Shelby.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Good morning, members of the public. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney, here to speak briefly about the rules of decorum. Now, if you wish to speak during general public comment, you'll have a reasonable opportunity at the beginning of today's meeting to address any item on the agenda before the City Council takes official action on an item. Now, per Council's rules, preference is given to those speaking on agenda items first. A 3-minute time limit applies to all speakers providing public comment. And if you do wish to speak, you should have filled out a speaker card and placed it in the box outside the council chambers. Cards are accepted until general public comment begins. Each person submitting a card will be recognized by name to approach and speak. And if you are here to speak at an item that is designated on your agenda as public hearing, those are items 39 to 51. The time to speak to those are when each of those items is called up during the meeting, and when the public meeting is opened, you'll have that opportunity. There is a sign-in sheet outside. We ask that you fill that out and put your name on there that you'd like to speak at public comment. Speakers and members of the public are also reminded to please refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks or making or causing disruptive noises or sounds or displaying signs or graphics. Please direct your comments to the entire City Council rather than individual council members. The chair will rule out of order any person who speaks without being recognized or attempts to address the council from outside the speaker area at the podium. Persons failing to comply with the council's rules may also be ruled out of order and, at the discretion of the chair, may be removed from the chambers and Old City Hall for the remainder of today's meeting. Now, no public comment will be taken later during staff reports, so if you're here to speak on any item that's listed under staff reports, general public comment is the time to speak. And finally, council members should refrain from engaging a speaker under public comment, and the public, please be aware that the City Council does not take questions or have a dialogue during general public comment. This is your opportunity to express your position. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The first public comment speaker will be Pamela Cannella, followed by Brock Mangus. And these are all on agenda items, and then followed by Emily Hinsdale. So Pam, Brock, and Emily. If I called your name, you can stand over here to your right or left. Good morning, Pam. Start with your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Pam Cannella. I'm here to speak on number 62. I believe this resolution is a violation of our right to free speech, both under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 4 of the Florida Constitution. The ultimate intention of this resolution appears to be to discourage public comment by placing public comment at the end of the meeting, where the public will have no notice of the time form or time frame, wherein they will finally be allowed to exercise their free speech rights to speak on vital topics for our community. This resolution would effectively have a chilling effect on speech, silencing the public's voice and diminishing their opportunity to speak. Contrary to what some elected public officials might think, they are just that, elected, which means they, you, are here to serve the best interests of the public who elected you. The best solution, put public comment first, after the approval of the agenda. Let us say what we come to say, and we go with our business, go out and do our business. Changing the process, signing cards, changing and moving time slots for public comments, or will we be allowed to speak? Sometimes we don't even know that. Or for how long? Confuses people when they don't come weekly and have prepared their time according to your final agenda. It's disrespectful to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Brock Mangus, followed by Emily Hinsdale, followed by Michelle Mastrosataro. Good morning. Start with your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Morning, Council. Brock Mangus, live in West Tampa Heights, near Tampa Bay Elementary School. I'm speaking on number 53 and 59, primarily 53. I support slowing down drivers in school zones, especially in the school zone closest to where I live. My concern is not that goal, it's the contract piggybacking HCSO's agreement with Red Speed that was approved in February by Council. The safeguards that Chief Burkara promised in this February 17th memo to Council are meaningful, but they really don't capture the full risks in using this technology. The Chief's memo makes 4 promises. Cameras won't be used for remote surveillance, won't be monitored in real time, won't be turned into automated license plate readers, and won't share data with the company known as Flock Safety. While the city code and current state statutes support this, the agreement itself does not. My concern is not that the city or county law enforcement will misuse this data today or tomorrow. It's that once these poles are put in the ground, the infrastructure for this surveillance dragnet that's happening in other states is one piece of legislation away. The camera vendor industry has a proven track record of getting state legislatures to rewrite these statutes in their favor. And as an example, Red Speed donated $10,000 to the Friends of Chad Chronister PAC once the contract was signed. So a future legislative amendment secured through the same lobbying playbook that they've been running in North Carolina, in Georgia, and Red Speed in Florida could convert a network of school zone safety cameras into nodes of a mass surveillance system with no new poles required. So I have one ask: amend the contract, incorporating the restrictions promised by the chief expressly. Add a no ALPR sharing clause so Red Speed is contractually bound, not just statutorily bound. For the record, also, by the way, Tampa Bay Elementary already has Motorola ALPRs on both MacDill and Tampa Bay Boulevard that have been there. Don't know if they've been turned on, don't know, but they've been there pre this contract being signed. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Hinsdale, followed by Michelle, followed by Montesno.
Good morning, Emily Hinsdale. I'm here to comment on agenda item number 59, referencing a memo from City of Tampa mobility staff concerning adding larger flashing signs to school zone areas. I'm urging City Council to use school zone camera penalty funds to create better road infrastructure around schools rather than adding larger signs. If you haven't met me before, which I think you probably have, I am the president and founder of Sidewalk Stompers, a safe routes to school nonprofit in Hillsborough County. We design and advise on programs to support walking and biking to school. With no school buses provided for kids living less than 2 miles of schools in our state, walking and biking to school is a critical component of our community's transportation needs. We've consulted with over 40 elementary and K-8 schools throughout the county, and this includes understanding the major safety concerns at each school. The number one worry about student safety at every school we've talked to is speed. Cars go too fast around schools. In reference to this memo from the mobility staff, I wholeheartedly agree with their assessment that adding larger and more signs will not make a notable difference in children's safety and would, in fact, divert significant funding for more effective speed control measures. The school zone speed enforcement cameras are a critical component of speed control around schools. They're being placed in conjunction with existing flashing school zone signs that meet federal and state design requirements. This is great, and I can't wait to see this program get started in Tampa. What we need to think about is what to do with the speed ticket penalty funds. Some of the funds accrued from speed camera penalties are allocated by state statute and by operational needs. I'm going to ask the City Council to direct that remaining funds be used specifically for road infrastructure designed to reduce speeds. For example, speed reduction techniques like bulb outs, chicanes, narrower travel lanes, and bike lanes. Yes, bike lanes reduce speed. Raised crosswalks to make walkers, especially young walkers, more visible. All-way stops and flashing crossing beacons. Sidewalks and bike facilities to get children out of the road. All drivers make mistakes. Any sign can be missed if a driver isn't fully paying attention. And we're all human, it happens. However, if the road design forces drivers to go more slowly, our schools will be safer and children arriving by car, bus, bike, or on foot will be safer. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Michelle?
Good morning. Happy birthday. I'm here to talk about Agenda 10.
Start with your name.
Oh, hi, my name is Michelle Mastro-Tatara. Good morning, everyone. I'm here to talk about Agenda 10, about getting $2,000 to help with parks. My park was destroyed by overdeveloping and uprooted wetlands. And it says it right here, the increased wetlands and the habitat contributed to the increased flood in surrounding areas, which should never been. So this is my house right here. I should park too. No, it's this way. And that's my house. This was where it used to be. Now it's apartments. So you can see definitely wetlands and mangroves. This park is getting destroyed. This park used to be all green. Children playing, nice and happy. Now, are you ready? It looks like a desert. Destroyed by rerouting of water in 2020 to hush me up about what they did. So this is exactly what they did. This is my area. And they have the water that goes along Tappan Park and goes out to the overflow, and then they have these trenches along Prescott, which still has not been cleaned. They ended up having a water main break, and this is the one George Cox made, just straight out to the bay. So ours has to need a lot of maintenance. And this is the illegal rerouting of the water with a very small pipe that can't even hold the amount of water that can get in there and go out. So what they did was, they came out. They tried to fix it, ended up having a major water main break. Now, this is what it used to look like, and this is what they did. So if you could see how big that hole is, and it's just left there, neglected, they ended up making a trench that goes this way. Now, 15 minutes of rain goes to the park where it never even went now because of all this. This is what it was projected to look like. So this is my house. So in actuality, this was all premeditated. The water is gonna go to me. So this is really sad, the comprehensive plan. So when I see my son, I need a park for him. I need somewhere for him to play. And I don't think it's fair. That child has suffered enough, and I think that we need help
Thank you,
getting
Michelle.
toxins
Thank you.
to test the land for lead
Thank
poisoning
you.
and stuff, because my son had cancer twice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Montesna, followed by Clarence Towns. So after this is the off-agenda items. Clarence, followed by Ashley Morrow. Matezna, start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Matezna, once said Uhuru. Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. And so that came way before 1214. The Magna Carta came way before 1776 or 1789. United States Constitution. We African people have been free for millions of years. Millions of years. But for the last 1,000 years, 1,500 years, we have experienced no freedom. And you can see it. You can just see it the way it evolves. You can see the hatred for the African evolve. You can see it right in this building. You can see it right in the city council, where they try to circumvent people's ability to articulate, circumvent their ability, suppress their ability to have freedom of speech. Something as simple as freedom of speech. Something as simple as someone taking time to come down here to have freedom of speech. But everything they've tried it before. When they had Perry Harvey sitting up there, when they had the same man was sitting up there, the one on the end right here. I've been to jail numerous times right here from this city council, and I'm still here, still standing. The fact of the matter is now they want to do and rearrange something to do. They've tried all that nonsense before, but it's for government, private industry, and the ruling class suppressing the human voice. They don't want you to be a human being. They want you to be a tool, an instrument of capitalism. You're in a building where you're talking politics and you don't ever hear anyone. We've never heard a representative from our district. You've never heard the word reparations come out of a black person's mouth that have sat here in this nasty building. Never. You've got black politicians muzzled. You've never heard the word reparations, free our prisoners for victimless crimes, poverty. You've never heard those words come out the mouth of a black politician in Hillsborough County in the city of Tampa. It's a disgrace. What they need to do is just catch the people, put the microchip in them, and control them. It's the same thing they're doing with the red light cameras. You never hear our representatives say that they're disproportionately distributed inside the African community, and the same thing's going to happen with these school violations. It's disgraceful. It's disgraceful y'all don't like to hear people speak for 3 minutes. 3 minutes, and y'all supposed to be politicians.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Clarence Towns, followed by Ashley Morrow, followed by Carol Ann Bennett. Good morning, Clarence. Start with your name.
How you
have 3
doing?
minutes.
My name is Clarence B. Towns, and I'm here today to talk about the Stolen Alley Part 2. Back in May 7th, I talked about the Stolen Alley, and I passed around some literature, and I have something for each one of y'all where you can go along with me. It's eight copies there. If you unfold the first one, you'll see the black box showing the alley with a sewer. And you'll see the manhole covers, you'll see the line, and you look to the right, everything that's city-owned property, right? Just unfold the first page, it just folds flat out. Just fold out and it folds completely out. That's it, right there. See, black box up top, the address on that is 2704 North 32nd Street, Tampa, Florida, 33605, shown with alley and sewer. If you go to the right, you'll see the green line means city-owned property. You'll see the manhole covers green, that means city-owned property. If you turn to page 2 of 6, that's just the next page over, you'll see that property outlined in black without the alley. You know, this don't show alley. Why not? Because it was stolen. You go to page 3 of 6, you see that black area? You see the alley? That's how it's showed with an alley when you don't steal it. Go to page 4 of 6, you'll see the description of that property at that particular address at 2704 North 32nd Street. It doesn't mention an alley at all because it's stolen. You go to 5 or 6, you'll see a description of the lady's property there, and it shows that that's at 2705 North 33rd Street. You'll see when you done half closed an alley, you'll see that in the rear. Then on page 6 of 6, if you want to read this with me, you can. Hillsborough County Commissioner Gwendolyn A. Myers, who is also a former Hillsborough County employee who lives at 2704 North 32nd Street, Tampa, Florida, 33605, shouldn't be given a pass to steal City of Tampa property because she is a AKA, Alpha Kappa Alpha, and the sorority sister of presidential hopeful Kamala Harris. In closing, the total truth is out there. Just follow the trail of what was changed and into whose favor it was changed. Organized stealing is wrong. I personally think that this needs to be an FBI investigation.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Ashley, followed by Carol Ann Bennett. Good morning, Ashley. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Morrow. My iPad is dead, but because I have little history lessons sitting in my car, we're going to do something that is relevant to the 1890s, and we're going to get into the Afro-Cuban sector of things just a little bit. Now, I just spoke to one of my sorors, and she is actually Afro-Cuban. She never publicly identified as it, and she talked about there being somewhat of a shame of being labeled as Afro. You either weren't Cuban enough, you weren't black enough, so they just labeled themselves black because Afro-Cubans had to assimilate into the black culture when they came here. Now, black people did not need to learn Spanish. They didn't need to learn their culture, the food, and all the things. And I know in Tampa we have definitely pushed the story of Afro-Cuban and Cuban people always mending together, but there was definitely segregation amongst that culture with white and black Cubans. So I just want to preface it with that. What started me down a rabbit hole was this article here. A colored school at the corner of 13th and 8th Avenue has an enrollment of 137 pupils with an average attendance of 128. Christina A. Johnson, who ends up being Christina A. Meacham, is the principal, and Mamie Charles, who was the daughter of Cyrus Charles, we learned was the first black city councilman, is her assistant. It is surprising to note that the progress of the pupils in this school, they are under splendid government, and their young minds are being led in the proper channels of mental and moral development. So they were very surprised that they were well-mannered children, unfortunately. This, according to Tony Pizzo, was the boarding house right here. But it must have also been the school because it is the corner of 13th and 8th. But what is currently at the corner of 13th and 8th? Anybody know? Marty Park, okay, but we don't hear anything about the colored school that was in that location, which I find very interesting. There's a woman named Susan Baum who wrote a book, summer reading, anybody that's interested. More Than Black, Afro-Cubans in Tampa. Definitely check that out. She claims that Paulina Pedroso and Ruperto Pedroso lived on 12th and 8th, not 13th and 8th, so I have to look into that. That was very interesting to me. Here's a Sanborn map showing 12th and 8th, and this is 13th and 8th, where the boarding house / school was located. In 1886, this is a plat map. That's showing the plot of land right here. They had different names. It was Georgia, I guess, Avenue and 7th Avenue along here, and this was 13th Avenue, and this was 12th. Here is the deed. And the Pedroso family identified as black, so I just want to share their names here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Have a beautiful day. Carol Ann Bennett and Jamie Adair and Gloria Sims. CAB.
Can Jane go first, please?
Sure.
I think we all have one good cause left in us. We're gonna fix that squeaky door. Next week, it's gonna be done. This is for the clerk.
What if we like that squeaky door?
Whew, it's gonna be changed whether you like it or not. Online, it's the most annoying thing ever. James Adair, the neighbor who cares. I've been working on this little project for right at 3 months, and you guys get the benefit of it. Originally was on, okay. This was originally on the schedule to talk about, and that's why I hurried up and got the presentation done. We're talking about co-sponsored special events in the city of Tampa. What it is not, just for clarity's sake, it's not hockey games, it's not football games. This is events that the city contributes in-kind services for on the behalf of the city to nonprofits. Same staff, different pool of money. First, there's an application that's submitted. By the way, all of this is in your email with all the supporting documentation. Obviously, we prefer nonprofits. There's a committee of 5, the city administrators, which are responsible for the business units, are the ones who make the decision on who, what, and where get contributed. Functionally, the city absorbs all these costs, and sometimes there's an actual real outlay of costs. So bike racks, for example, on certain events is an actual expense versus like just city labor. Here's the accounting behind the scenes. Departments have their own coding system for how they record this information. It's not necessarily their billing or their accounting, it's just their coding system. Stormwater, for example, has the best, I think, in the city through CityWorks. You can see how their equipment's used, how their staff is used, who gets paid overtime, et cetera. It's a great resource. When I was finding the rest of the sources, I was able to just get blank ballpark numbers back without seeing the actual analytic data. But for the most part, it's a coding inside. After each event, Parks and Recs will gather the information and put it on their dashboard, which we'll see here in a second. There's no additional accounting for co-sponsored funds beyond this dashboard that I could find anywhere. I think part of the recommendations later will be that there is accounting. This is what the dashboard looks like. It's pretty small. By the way, if anybody in the public wants to see it, all you have to do is email me at teamadair813@gmail, and I'll send this out to you. The way this is set up is that you've got the event name, who the host organization is, and then there's a whole mess load of data here that I had to condense to make it fit on one sheet for you. Over here in the bottom, you guys won't see these numbers, but I highlight it bigger later, is basically the co-sponsored amount, which is what the city contributes, and then the total invoiced, which is what would have been paid by the nonprofit. Event stats. Last year we had 46 total co-sponsored events. The city covered about 80% of those. Total for on the books co-sponsored was only 1.5 million. So for you think about all those events, that's a really good number. I was completely surprised and impressed, and we get a good bang for the buck. The host contribution is only $307,000.
Thank you, Jamie. Oh, by the way, we did get the email, and I went through all us. I'm a nerd. I read it all. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Kelly. Just run through it.
There we go.
Carol Ann Bennett, I'm going to try to pick up where Jamie left off, but
Okay, good.
there's no way I'm going to do as good a job. As you can see, the city, the host contribution is $307,100. The departments with the highest contribution, you can see TPD, then Mobility, Parks and Rec, EMS, and Solid Waste. The most expensive events are listed here, as you can see, MLK, Gasparilla, the Night Parade, the St. Patrick's Parade, and Santa Fest. Off-book events, Gasparilla Children's and Adult Parade. There's no consolidated reporting happening anywhere in the city. No one wants to know the true number, and it's not that bad. Some departments like TPD restructure their work to avoid incurring more costs. So some numbers
cannot be accounted for. And I think that's very significant because we need to account for all the numbers. Gasparilla Children's Parade, you can see here which department, how much each one of them is contributing. The Adult Parade, again, you can see, again, how much each department is contributing. I'm sure Jamie would be happy to delve further into this if you have more questions. So here you see the total for special events, the children's, the adult parade. The total off-book events is almost $2.5 million.
That's the combined.
That's the combined. So here's the suggestions, and I heartily support these. Create an events line item budget. Each department should have similar recording. They should be required to budget for losses if they're not reimbursed. If City Council approves a budget, they should direct administrators on fund. Nonprofits provide a P&L, and TCC stays out of event micromanagement, but is provided transparent annual reporting for all code-sponsored events.
And then the rest of it's just the supporting material, so you're good.
And, okay. All right. So this is all the supporting material. Anybody can have it by emailing Jamie at teamadair813@gmail.com. And let me just use the last few minutes to talk about the agenda. The problem with the agenda is not public comment. We've got a lot of problems with the agenda. If you put a good neighbor notice saying that your hearing is going to be heard at 2:30 in the morning, no one would send out a good neighbor notice saying that. Y'all would have a fit, the community would have a fit, yet you scheduled the Marisol the same night as a bunch of other instead of putting the Marisol on its own night. So Carver City, all those people showed up and they had to go home at midnight because they can't stay up till 2:30 in the morning. And then they were told it would be time certain, and they were not given the time certain. They were ignored and the agenda was followed, and that's not right.
Thank you. Okay, Gloria Sims, followed by Stephanie Pointer, then Connie Burton, and our last speaker will be Robin Lockett. So Gloria, is there Gloria Sims in the house? Going once, going twice, gone. Stephanie Pointer, Deputy Chief of Staff for the day for her birthday. Happy
Because somebody
birthday,
gave away my seat.
Happy birthday, Stephanie.
Good morning, Stephanie Pointer. First of all, you already know that I have some big issues with the changes that are proposed for public comment. First of all, it is draining to sit here all day. And I guarantee you, nobody else sits here all day more than I do. And by the time you guys are at the end of the day, everybody's cooked. It's $4 an hour for the first hour to park down here, then $3 additional dollars every hour after that. So we're talking big money to sit down here and wait to talk about your off-agenda items. I talk about off-agenda items too, because I come down here and I talk about what's important. And you guys wouldn't know anything about the Rome Yard being on the back burner for years. You wouldn't know anything about other issues as well. So sometimes people talk about things that aren't on the agenda, but they are city business. I don't think this is effective. We have different procedures for every different kind of meeting. Carol Ann Bennett and I, at least once every month or two, have to call Mr. Shelby or email Mr. Shelby and say, when is public comment? Because it's confusing. If I don't know and Carol Ann doesn't know, who in the hell does? And you're going to put another layer of complexity into the issue. I don't think that's appropriate in any way, shape, or form. Number 19, this is not about the person, it's about the policy. I have great respect for Mr. Morris Massey. I like him a lot. I think he did excellent work for the city of Tampa, but for him to retire and turn around and get a up to $200,000 contract, it says in the charter that people can't lobby when they leave the city. I would argue that putting money in your own pocketbook is the ultimate lobbying. That is the ultimate lobbying. You're not getting somebody else something that's going to benefit. You're putting it in your own pocketbook. And it's my understanding this has happened before, but it was slid under the radar. So if you're leaving the city, you don't do business with the city for 2 years, period. Lobbying or not lobbying, your pocket or somebody else's, it's inappropriate. Number 40, pass the sidewalks. Number 53, if you're changing the signs at speed zones, they need to say that it's all day long, from the time the kids get there till they leave. And high schools need it more than any place else because no adults walk those goofballs to school. They will walk right straight out in front of you. I see it every single day, and Robinson High School, in front of the high school, is not a school zone, which blows my mind. On Manhattan, it's a school zone. I don't get it. But those kids' frontal lobes are still developing, and we have no adults out there watching them and making sure they're safe. So let's make them all safe, not just little kids, everybody. Grown-ups walk.
Just the kids, Stephanie, just the kids?
Well, no, mine's developed.
Connie Burton, followed by Robin Lockett. Good morning, Connie.
Good morning, Connie Burton. We did not vote for the city attorney. And so for item number 62, I would like for somebody to step forward to see who made those recommendations. Because to come down here is not only expensive, it's emotionally challenging because we are regurgitating the same things over and over and over again without seeing very little results coming to our community. And so if you want to start moving this agenda around, I think you need to look at yourself because you're aligning yourself close to what we see in DC. Don't want to hear from the public, don't care what the people say, but yet you want to talk about this as being an open democracy. If you can't stand it for 3 minutes, then don't run for office. Number 52, number 53, in and around Young Middle School, Orange Grove Middle School, Middleton High School, we got more cameras than a little bit. More than a little bit. So the installation of those cameras, when they're being presented as safety precautions, it becomes an economic stress for impoverished neighborhoods. Take that in consideration. We don't need any more. Last week, part of your workshop was item number 1 that we could not speak about, but I want to see how that $704 million from the community block grant money, how is it going to be shared inside of our community? Who's making all of the decisions about that? We keep waiting for the just very simple things that the people ask for. Can't get it done. But come election time, we hear all the promises. You put it on the agenda, they gave a wonderful presentation with the overhead shots of what's going to be, how many houses is going to be built in the community, at what price point, how many millions it's going to be set aside for that. But when community block grant monies are coming down, people need to know just what's going to happen. How many sidewalks going to be built in our community? How will we be able to even have some simple input? And right now what you're doing is, to me, akin to people that want to, build beautiful museums, change the names of buildings in DC, build beautiful ponds, and you think it's okay. It is not okay. We deserve to know.
Thank you, Connie. Robin Lockett. Good morning, Robin.
Good morning, Council. Robin Lockett. Just a few things. My concern is in regards to the installation of cameras within the school zone. Where are you guys, well, I know I'm just asking this question out loud. Where are they being installed? Are they just in one segmented area, inner city? I have a problem with that. And in regards to having a consistent charge, in regards to school zones, why not put speed bumps? High speed bumps, where people don't want to injure, damage their car. Try that versus first, right? Because the thing that makes most sense to me is putting a speed bump out there, a large speed bump, because people value their car versus speeding through a speed zone. And all it takes is one time. So it's the installation, I had camera, in lieu of cameras, because again, regulations, people say that the cameras won't be on outside of school zone or school hours. I don't trust that. That's not true. So I think that's problematic if it hasn't, if there's still an option to change it. Public comment. I agree with most of what everybody has said this morning. But I think public comment, if there's, in regards to parking, because the city of Tampa is not a friendly area for the community to come down and try to come and share something, or to even just participate with, within the city, within city council. The parking fees are crazy. I come down here every week, you guys know, right? $12, $15. For the time that I'm here, and I normally stay until noon because I have to go to my job. But in regards to parking fees, that's crazy for people that want to come and even participate. Finding a parking space is crazy, right? Because this building is not friendly to the community. So the people that are coming down and spending time to come and state their case for the 3 minutes, I think that should, that should be taken in consideration. So, thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Okay, that concludes public comment. Mr. Bennett, administrative update. Oh, I'm sorry, we have on the line the registered speaker, Michael Randolph. Sorry about that, I forgot about you, my friend. Michael, start with your name, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name's Chagret Dawson. I appreciate that.
Chagret, I got Michael Randolph.
Good morning.
Oh,
My name is Michael Randolph, and thanks for not forgetting me, because I live to make these comments. So, members of City Council, today's nonprofits are facing the most severe disruption in more than a decade. 1 in 3 lost government funding this year. More than 28,000 nonprofits were cut. That's a 409% increase from 2004. 37% are operating on a deficit. 42% rely on government dollars, and 86% report major inflation impact. Demand is rising while resources are shrinking. Funding is tightened at every level. On the federal level, federal DEI rolled back a changing eligibility and scoring. Florida Senate Bill 1124 restricts DEI-related programming and increased compliance risks, especially for small Black-led nonprofits. Local budgets are tight. Today, over 3,300 nonprofits are competing in an increasing crowded market. A nonprofit can access more than government dollars, including local businesses, corporate funding, foundations, faith-based funders, associations, giving circles, PS loans, and earned income strategy. In 2025, over $57 billion were awarded to nonprofits by over 15,000 funders worldwide, and giving nonprofits these tools that are needed. Our capacity building workshop that's coming up on June the 25th online at 7 p.m. teaches organizations to build 5-year strategic planning, create theory of change, research funders, write competitive grants, design programs using merit, excellency, and intelligence standards, build evaluation tools, strengthen boards, and develop earned income strategy. Today, the Center for Nonprofit and Community Development has provided technical assistance to over 1,500 nonprofits in 35 states, delivering the elite training for big nonprofits receive and making it available for small nonprofits, making them more competitive and more sustainable. Last week, we met to give an update to the community on the Rome Yard project. The West Tampa and the CDC is coming together to build a more powerful force in West Tampa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Have a beautiful day. Surrogate, I don't have a card. Mr. Dawson, I don't have a card for you.
yeah, I came up when the doors were closed, and I did promise not to act up, but the doors were closed, so, and there was some commotion, and I didn't see, or they weren't there. Actually, they weren't there when I got there. I guess they took them up, she said, right before when the police left the area. Otherwise, I'd have signed the card. So I
Okay,
didn't see
go ahead,
anything.
start with your name, you have 3 minutes.
I appreciate
And could you
that.
fill out a card for me when you leave, so I have it for the public record?
I'll do that. They give me one, I'll sign it, I'll fill it out.
Thank you.
By the way, my name is Chagret Dawson. I appreciate the extension of courtesy for something that so many of us were willing to die for. And somebody sent me a message and they wanted me to talk about the problems with the family court system, particularly not just in Hillsborough County, but this came from out of Orange County, about the fact that so many child support cases are taking so long to go through the system and the complications that they're having. I understand this is not a city council issue, but because we share money on YouTube for some reason, I use this on my platform as well. I was actually encouraged to see so many young people there. And I saw a message that came across, so I'm going to deviate from what this guy wanted me to talk about, and I'll talk about it on my other platform. Young people, this is your future. And I need more to participate with it, because I saw a comment come across my timeline saying we're not going to fire any more missiles into Iran unless American soldiers get killed. Well, that's a consequence of war. And so often young people come to me and ask me about my service time, and I tell them, you know, the honor was mine. Looking back on it, I don't regret anything. My family's military. My grandfather was in World War II. My father was an E9 in the military. My mom's retired as well. But I tell the young people, those bullets are real, bro. This ain't Call of Duty. There ain't no reset button on this thing. And the consequences of war are forever lasting. You don't get over them. And even though I didn't agree with him on a lot of things, John McCain made a comment about there's nothing romantic at all about war. And he's correct. And too much saber rattling has gone on from people who never served. And there's some people who are now in high positions in our government who didn't serve. And there's other people who think that there's something that is redeeming in that. Young people, take control. Because, you know, most movements through the 50s, 60s, and what have you, the things that brought America the progress were started by young people. People forget it. Dr. King was only 39. Malcolm was 39. You know, you got people who didn't even reach. I'm 58. So I'm 19 years older than Dr. King was. And we're having people compare underqualified people to people who have demonstrated greatness. So young people, we need more of you all to be active in your future. Everybody up here for the most part, except for maybe one, is living in their future. That's the reality of it. Civics in high school, civics in elementary. Biloxi, Mississippi, civics in 5th grade. And it was every year, and if I'm correct, we had to pass some sort of civics-based classes to get out of high school. We have a country that has a 48% literacy rate, yet we want to pretend that we are a beacon of greatness around the world. That's crazy. Shout out to the greatest institution of higher learning in the city of Tampa, the University of Thomas Jefferson High School.
Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes public comment. Per our agenda, Chief of Staff John Bennett for the administrative update.
Good morning,
sir.
Council. John Bennett, Chief of Staff, and good morning to our public. And I would just want to echo the appreciation for Council hosting our youth corps this morning as well. It's a great opportunity. I also appreciate Council moving this up in the agenda. First order of business is Council's pleasure. I would just like to recognize Ms. Jean Duncan for a second, if she could come up.
Thank you.
All right, so as you know, Jean Duncan's been our administrator over infrastructure and mobility. Jean served the city over 23 and a half years as a professional engineer. I worked closely with Jean throughout my career, especially when I was at the Tampa Police Department, working on mostly mobility projects at that point. But Jean is also recognized in 2020 as the Josephine Howard Stafford Memorial winner. And so that just tells a lot, with only 28 other folks that were recognized since the inception. So we just want to recognize Jean for a moment before we move into the nomination from the administration on Brad Baird, and just ask Council to appreciate Jean's service for the city for over 2 decades. So thank you for that moment.
Thank you. Jean, let me recognize Charlie Miranda for a second. I think he would like to say something. Put your mic on. Charlie, microphone.
It's come to our attention that
Ms. Jean Duncan, Administrator of Infrastructure and Mobility, is retiring from the City of Tampa after 23 years of dedicated service this coming Friday, June 5th, 2026. I am requesting City Council to recognize her service to the community at a regular agenda meeting this Thursday, June the 4th, 2026. I would like to make this motion, present her with accommodation.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda. We have a second from Councilman Vera to issue Jean Duncan a well-deserved commendation on behalf of Tampa City Council. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Clerk?
Motion carried with Carson voting no.
Very good.
I would like, instead of me making the presentation, I would like for Ms. Duncan to be up here and just receive it from up here, if I may do that.
Okay. And, Ms. Duncan, would you join council at the dais, please?
Have you guys read the Scarlett Lopez case?
Ms. Duncan?
Yes, sir. Chair. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Duncan, it's our pleasure to present this commendation to you on June the 4th for your extremely services to the city of Tampa for 23 and a half years. It's not easy working as a department head and multiple department heads in the city of Tampa or any city of our size, one that's changing daily, one that was something much less than what it was today. And those credit goes not only to you, but other department heads and to all the city employees who do the work. And it's very difficult sometimes to do the work that you want to do because the time's changing all the time, day and night, and you have an enormous amount of responsibility, and sometimes those responsibility overseen for the public, including myself, has not been the proper thing to do. But you've done it correctly. You've done the best you can with what you had, and this council recognizes you for outstanding services for 23 and a half years. Congratulations. May God bless you, and go out and have a lot of fun.
I've been waiting to sit in this chair and control this meeting. But very briefly, we've got a long day. I just want to thank the entire city organization, my wonderful, hardworking, professional colleagues. You're a well-oiled machine here with the staff, all professional, come to work every day and do the best they can. And as much as wrangling as may occur sometimes with different bodies of the organization, we get things done. And everyone up here cares about this city. Everyone that works behind the scenes cares about the city. Our citizens have no idea in what good hands they are and will continue to have. It's been an honor to work alongside everyone here, including the mayor, supporting our citizens. My dad was an engineer, and he always told me, pick a career where you can help people. And after 3, 4, 5 times of changing my major in college, I finally landed on engineering. So I felt like that's the way that I could help people. And I hope I can continue to help people on the other side, and will support anyone here who wants to continue to do that for our citizens. So thank you so much.
It's an obstacle course game. 23 years. Thank you. That would imply that we had child labor, so. Okay. Mr. Bennett, back to you.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff, back to our regular scheduled programming. So, first of all, I want to thank council for understanding that we, per the administration, are nominating Brad Baird, who's been with the city for excess of 40 years. He's been the Deputy Administrator of Infrastructure and Mobility. I think we all know Brad's level of service is especially related to the utility space for the city and our CAD program, basically for our development of city infrastructure. So with that said, Brad has been put forward to backfill Ms. Duncan, who is retiring this Friday. And if council approves this nomination, then Brad would take effect office on Sunday, June 7th.
Okay. I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco to affirm the appointment of Brad Barrett, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Congratulations, sir. I say you have big shoes to fill, but they're really not that big.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it's an honor to serve the citizens of Tampa. I've done so for 43 and a half years. I've lost count of how many city councils, but it was 6 mayors. No, I have to give credit to Jean. She, we worked together as a team. And she made that clear from the beginning. And we truly kind of split duties that way. And that's going to make this transition a lot easier. And again, it's my honor. It's my honor to serve the city. And I won't let you down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Hartak.
Just want to say congratulations. Looking forward to working with you. I've always really enjoyed our relationship, and I look forward to continuing that.
Thank you. Councilman Vieira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and wish you well in your new job, and you're going to do a great job. And we've always gotten along. You're a good person, and I had that solidified. I know you have a number of children, but when I had the great pleasure of meeting one of your children, your sons,
Yes.
worked in IT, it was a terrible experience because it was during a public records request issue of several years ago. But he's a fine gentleman and just spoke well of you, not just in word but in deed. So just looking forward. You're a good guy. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
I just want to say thank you, Brad, and congratulations on your appointment. And I know you told me everything I know about water, so for 28 years, you've been picking me up once a month to go to Clearwater minus 1 month a year that we don't have the meeting. So I want to make sure that continues.
So, yeah.
Very good. Councilman Carlson.
Congratulations. Please don't let them bring back toilet tap.
Very good.
Thank you,
Congratulations, sir. I
All
look
right.
forward
Thank
to
you.
continued service and working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Chief Bennett, does that conclude your update? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think it was very inappropriate. We have a duty, we have a discussion later on about retaliation, and we had to pay a $300,000 lawsuit because one staff person made complaints, and I'm not going to go into the details of it. Other staff people in that department left and threatened to file lawsuits, and now the chief of staff just brought somebody forward to give them accommodation. I think that's incredibly disrespectful to the employees of the city to say that if multiple people in a city complain about a certain kind of behavior, that not only does the city not fire them, but they let them retire, and then they ask us to give accommodation to them. That's so disrespectful, and it is indicative of the negative culture of this city. We have to support our employees who have legitimate complaints, especially when we just paid one $300,000. And that's not the only lawsuit. I'll talk about more later. But
thank you.
this administration needs to fix this and respect our employees.
Thank you. Okay. Now, Molly, if those of you didn't know, all these younger people, normally we don't have young people in the audience. All the young people back there, the Mayor's Youth Corps, I'd like to recognize their fearless leader, Molly, to introduce everybody. You guys can start lining up against the wall because we're going to have you come up. All the blue shirts up against the wall.
Yes. Good morning, Council. Thank you so much for welcoming us. I am Molly Biebel. I am the coordinator of the Mayor's Youth Corps, a City of Tampa program for high school students focused on leadership development, civic engagement, and community service. So we're really happy to be here today. I have with me members of the class of 2026, and I'll step aside so that they can introduce themselves.
Very good. Name and your high school.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Salle, and I go to King High School. I just want to say this is my first time at the podium, so I'm very excited. And I one day also hope to become a politician like yourselves, and maybe the President of the United States.
There you go. Yay.
Good morning. My name's Nate Thomas. I go to Plant High School. I'm really excited to be here. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Dudas. I'm a senior at Tampa Catholic High School, and I'm really excited to be here, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lila Munker. I'm a junior at Freedom High School. I'm really excited and grateful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Gavin Kuo, and I'm from Jesuit High School, and I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Carter Hamilton, and I go to Plant High School. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Hitar Vyas, and I go to Jefferson High School.
There you go.
Good morning. My name is Siri Montana, and I'm a sophomore at Middleton High School. Thank you for having us here.
Go Tigers.
Good morning. I'm Abdul Naveen. I also go to Middleton High School, and I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shimna Gajar. I'm a sophomore at Middleton High School. And public comment, this whole facility, I'm very impressed. I will definitely be coming back next time. Thank you so much.
We're on YouTube, y'all. You can watch.
Good morning. My name is Shania Matthew. I'm a rising junior at Thomas Jefferson High School. Go Dragons.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Sue Smith Chaluka. Thank you for having us here. I go to Middleton High School, and really, I just really appreciate the opportunity to come listen down here. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Katie Grissom. I go to Plant High School. Thank you all so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Octavio Johnson. I'm a rising junior at Jesuit High School. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Colleen Cayley. I'm a junior at the Academy of the Holy Names, and thank you for having us.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Keithan Alamshetty. I am a rising junior at Robinson High School, and I really enjoyed this experience. I thought this was amazing.
Good morning. My name is Ariana Goyanas, and I'm a rising senior at Tampa Catholic High School. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sir Todd Sani, and I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Camden Rojero. I'm a rising junior at Tampa Prep, and thank you for having us.
Good morning, my name is Philip Hadley. I'm a rising junior at Jesuit High School, and thank you for having us today.
Good morning.
Morning, everyone. I'm Bryce Demps. I go to Jesuit High School. Thank you for having me, too.
Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Miguel Alonso, and I'm a rising senior at Brooks Bartlow.
Good morning, I'm Gabriel Lula, and I'm a senior at Robinson High School. Thank you for having us.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Julia Kersoldi. I'm a junior at Plant High School, and thank you for having us.
Good morning.
Hello, my name is Madden Moore, and I'm a rising senior at HB Plant High School, and I'm honored to serve on the Tampa Mayor Youth Corps.
Good morning, Council. My name is Whitney Petterly, and I'm a rising junior at Robinson High School. Thank you for having us.
Good morning. My name is Angelina Garcel, and I'm a senior at Robinson High School. Thank you for having us.
I'm Aiden Ahmed. I'm a junior at Robinson High School. I think this is a great experience. Thank you for having us.
Good morning.
Good morning, my name is Jacob Carlson. Thank you for having us.
I think I recognize you. You look like somebody I know.
Good morning. My name's Luke Watkins, and I am a sophomore at Plant High School.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Good morning. Well, thank you guys for being here this morning. It was a pleasure having you. You get to see sometimes how boring government is and sometimes how exciting it is. It's a little bit of everything, all wrapped into one little package. Councilman Maniscalco.
Was the young man, last name Carlson, is he the little guy? Is that him?
He's the middle.
He's the middle one.
I
Okay, so he's not the youngest. Okay.
I suspect somebody was given the riot act about not embarrassing him. Is that correct? Yeah. Are you not supposed to embarrass him this morning?
He's been around me forever, so.
Is that a constant state of embarrassment? Is that what you're saying?
No, he knows I just stand up for what I believe in, so hopefully he'll do the same.
Exactly, 100%. No, thank you guys for being here this morning. Molly, thank you for bringing everybody. This was a big group this morning. It was good, very good. And for those of you that are from Jefferson High School, every time one of you guys came up, this guy down here in the far end, but back when he graduated from Jefferson High School, there was like horses and carriages and dinosaurs still. But yeah. Oh. And of course, it'd be back, our late Councilwoman Gwen Henderson was a Jefferson Dragon as well, and she used to be all giddy and excited every time somebody from Jefferson showed up at council. But thank you and welcome to City Council. Hopefully I'll you'll be back someday and we'll see you rise in different fields of success, and some of you may be politicians. Who knows? I knew that was coming when you said it was the first time at the dais, that was an indication. Councilwoman Hurtek.
And for those of you who do enjoy City Council, it is on YouTube. You can watch it live or recorded. It's a thing. People love it.
Best TV in Tampa?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Councilman Bureau.
We actually won a Creative Loafing Award for most entertaining evening television.
We did.
So just gonna say.
I don't know if that's good or bad. Councilman Bureau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I just wanted to salute all the young folks who came out, including the young person from Freedom High School. That's where my son went, so I have a real special place in my heart for Freedom. And but just wanted to commend Molly for the great work that she does and everybody in the city of Tampa. And just also to make a note on how, the Mayor's Youth Corps class looks like Tampa and it looks like America, which is people from all different parts of the city, different faiths, different backgrounds, and all, God willing, being future stakeholders in this great city and country. So God bless you guys.
Thank you. Councilwoman Young.
I just wanted to welcome you all. So there's some Middleton Tigers, so go Tigers. And anytime I see young people or youth and just being involved, it really just does my heart good. So I'm happy that you all are here. I hope you come back.
Thank you. Well, very good. Okay. Are you guys going to stick around for a little bit longer?
I think we're about to scoot out.
Okay, then we'll pause for a second to let you guys clear out, if you want. Okay, go ahead. No, we'll just pause. I'll just strategically pause. So we can go through the consent agenda. Thank you, Molly. Thanks, guys. It's good seeing you.
Take care.
Bye. Have a nice day.
Yep.
Go plant.
See you
Go.
again soon. Yeah.
No, I think this is the end. For some. For some.
I think it's.
No, it's like a year program, yeah. Good to see you, Mr. Carlson.
I think it's the beginning.
We're going to pause for a moment just to let people regroup. Give us another minute or so. You want some? Okay.
I would also like to.
Okay, let's get going. Okay, very good. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Councilman Vieira, would you please move items 3 through 6? So moved. We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilwoman Young, would you move 7 through 14?
I move items 7 through 14.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Miranda, would you please move item 15 through 18? We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Miranda, would you move items 21, 23? We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilwoman Hurtak.
And I just wanted to mention for item number 20, because it did talk about license plate or reader services, and I wanted to make sure that people knew this was not on public space, or it's not on roadways. These are for the garages, and this is what helps pay for, that's how they charge people now. So this is not about, license plate readers on streets. That's why I'm voting for this.
Very good. Oh, okay. Okay. We have a motion to move item 20, a second from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. And Councilman Carlson had asked to pull 19, so we're going to wait for him to be back to be able to do that one. So Councilwoman Young, would you please move items 24 through 32?
I move items 24 through 32.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilwoman.
I move items 33 through 38.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Can I get a
move
motion?
And
We have a motion
10:30.
from Councilman Miranda, open up the 10, and a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak to open up the 10:30 public hearings. A second from Councilman Miranda, I'm sorry, Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
She's going to want two separate motions. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye to open the public hearings.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
I move to approve items 55, 56, and 57.
We have a motion to approve items 55, 56, and 57. A second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, were there any others we had to do? No? Okay, good. Okay, I guess we'll wait for Bill for that. Councilman Rivera.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to say for item 58, we have Chief Tripp here in the event. I know, Chief, some of the folks were coming at 11, or they're here? Okay, so at your pleasure, Mr. Chair, but just for people's time, including our fire chief, whenever you'd like to begin.
Yeah, I think we'll do that after we get through these hearings, okay? Very good. Okay, so item number, what did you say?
39.
Okay, no, okay. What'd you say?
They're not quasi-judicial.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was, yeah, okay, yeah. Very good. Item number 39.
Ross Ammons, Development Coordination, presenting file number VAC 25-10 for second reading and adoption. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? No, hearing none. Okay, very good. Is there an applicant? No? Okay, anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Hearing none. Motion to close, Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir. Move ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance of the city of Tampa, Florida, vacating, closing, discontinuing, abandoning the alleyway located north of Cordelia Street, south of Ivy Street, east of Lincoln Avenue, and west of Matanzas Avenue within the plat of John H. Drew's first extension in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, as more particularly described in Section 2 hereof, subject to certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions, as more particularly set forth herein, providing for enforcement and penalties for violations, providing for definitions, interpretations, or impeding conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilman Vera, second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 40. Who's here to present item 40? Sidewalks, anybody to present? Is anybody registered online?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chairman.
Not necessary. Okay,
You could just
very
ask if there's anybody here from the public.
Is there anybody here in the public who wishes to speak to item 40? Go ahead to the podium, start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
And also, Mr. Chairman, I believe there is a substitute
Yes.
for
Yes.
that, so that...
That'll be read.
Thank you.
Got it. Ms. Hinsdale?
Emily Hinsdale. Sidewalk code, woo! Who else just loves talking about the Tampa Sidewalk Ordinance? Tampa City Council, please vote yes on agenda item 40, the second reading of the newest version of the Sidewalk Ordinance that will finally close a loophole that blocks sidewalk construction in Tampa. And then we can spend less time talking about sidewalks and more time building them. Sidewalk Stompers has been working over the last few months on compiling a list of sidewalk gaps around schools, and I have to be honest, in the city of Tampa, it's very hard to find a school without major and dangerous sidewalk gaps. Sure, there may be a sidewalk on the school property, but there isn't one across the street from the school. So where exactly is a child leaving the school property supposed to walk? Whether you are in South Tampa, North Tampa, West Tampa, East Tampa, New Tampa, or any place without a direction in Tampa, you will struggle to find a way to walk even a couple of blocks away from a school. According to the National Coalition for Safe Routes to School, streets with paved sidewalks are 88.2 less likely to have fatal crashes with students. Installing sidewalks through the Sidewalk Ordinance is sporadic, but over time it accomplishes real change. I can point to many full city blocks of sidewalk near schools created solely through redevelopment. This ordinance makes a real and measurable difference, and with the elimination of this loophole, has the potential to drive dynamic improvements. So let's get this done, finally. Vote yes on agenda item 40 to amend the sidewalk ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Carol Ann?
Carolyn Bennett, I obviously agree with everything Emily Hinsdale said. I just want to say that the city's record on sidewalks and their implementation of the sidewalk code is abysmal. I'm going to give it an F minus. We have to have this closing of the loophole. And I want to say that one of the most important things is that the fee gets paid if they don't build the sidewalk, because we can take that money and we can build sidewalks around schools. And we should start with the schools that have the highest number of students that are walking to school, many because they don't have another option. So let's get our priorities straight. This loophole has been abused shamefully, and it has been allowed to go on for years. And my level of frustration over it is off the charts. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. I appreciate your advocacy. Stephanie?
Ditto what both of those folks said, Stephanie Pointer, sorry. Ditto what my friend said about sidewalks. And I honestly think that we have to focus on the areas around schools. That's the most important. And, you know, when somebody builds a $32,000 sidewalk on Prescott Street on a vacant lot in South Tampa that's been vacant for 20 years, that is a piss poor use of our tax dollars, because we all know that somebody's going to build something on that vacant lot, but yet, and there was a sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. But, you know, we have to use priorities, and there should be absolutely a priority for our schools. Not just elementary schools. Don't forget, when kids go to middle school and high school, they're goofier than ever. And there's not a grown-up walking to school with them. That's very, very important to me. People don't think about it. When I go to Robinson, I guarantee you Councilman Carlson can tell you the same thing, because he was driving to Robinson for a year. Those goobers will walk right out in front of your car. They don't even look. They just walk out in front of you. Thank God they're big enough that you can see them first. So, schools absolutely have to be a priority. And if there's a sidewalk on the other side of the street, yes, we want them on both sides, but let's prioritize where there's no sidewalk on the other side of the street. Because where they built those apartments next to Michelle Mastrotero, they built a sidewalk on the south side of the street, but the city came in and spent $32,000 building a sidewalk on the north side of the street. I still don't understand that.
Thank you. Ms. McGregor, I saw you came in. Would you like to add anything for the record?
Yes, good morning. Emma Gregory, Legal Department. Apologize for being a bit behind this morning. I just want to say that we came for first reading on May 7th. I also submitted a substitute memo fixing a minor typing error and updating the language very slightly. So you should have all received that. So we're here if you have any questions. Adam is also here. So that's it. Thanks.
Any questions? Hearing none.
Just thanks again to staff for all the time over many years that you all and your predecessors have done to work on this to get us to this point. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to close from Councilman Escalco, second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Carlson, would you read this substitute, please?
Move item number 40, file number E2026-8, CH22, substitute ordinance being presented for second reading adoption, ordinance in the City of Tampa, Florida, amending the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22nd, Article 1, Section Division 3, Subdivision 3, Section 22-103, when new sidewalk construction is required, contributions to sidewalk trust fund in lieu of constructing a sidewalk, provided for severability, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. I'm sorry. Please record your vote. Jeez, sorry about that.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue Lane. Okay, item number 41.
Good morning, Eric Kahn, Development Coordination. Could we take this along with item number 51? That's the July cycle. It was twice, it's done different places on the agenda. I do have a presentation.
Does council have any questions, or do they need the presentation? No.
No, okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I just can get clear, you want to take the two items, the one that's set for 10:30, you want to take it now?
Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Okay.
I understand that.
I have to swear it in for that. Which
No,
item was that one, number 51?
It's not, I believe that was because it was set for 10:30 instead of 10 o'clock. It should have been set for 10 o'clock, so it's appropriate to take them together. Thank you.
Which item, Tommy?
51.
51, okay, so I thought you said no. Okay, very good. So this hearing, just for clarification for the public, we're hearing 41 and 51 at the same time. And does council have any questions over either one of these? No questions. Okay, very good. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to items 41 or 51? We have a motion to close from Councilman Miranda. We have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We're going to vote one at a time.
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes.
may, Dana Crosby
Well,
Collier,
I'd have
City
to reopen
Attorney's
the hearing.
Office.
Do you have something to add?
Yes,
Reopen the hearing?
I did distribute a memo. There
Okay,
was
hold on a
discussion.
second. Can I get motion to reopen? We have a motion to reopen from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, go ahead.
There was a discussion, thank you. Dana Crosby Collier Legal. There was a discussion at first reading regarding the certified recovery residences, and there was discussion, but not a motion, about adding some conditions to the reasonable accommodation that the city would extend to operator. I sent a memo that described in some detail how the whole certified recovery residences are certified by an entity that's hired by the state. And in the memo on page 12, we included a sample ordinance that would include those conditions for revocation of the reasonable accommodation if certain standards are not met by the operator. And if you would like us to include these in the codified version of the ordinance, if you could adopt the ordinance as amended to include these conditions, that's what we'll submit to Municode.
Okay, and just for the public and clarification, this is about item 41. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. This is the reason I voted no initially, because I was very concerned about this, because this is a state coming in and saying that you can have recovery residences anywhere in the city, and that, you know, what we could do to handle bad actors. I was very concerned about this. And so I really appreciate the specificity of these, of what you added in. And so I can vote for it now. And I greatly appreciate your time and effort on this, because this is, having known some of these spaces within the city and how hard it has been to do code work around them. I really do appreciate this.
Okay, with this added information, is there anybody else in the public that wishes to speak to these items?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, hold on one second. Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, before we close, I just want to say I was absent there, and then also for several of the land use hearings. I just want to say that I reviewed the file, video, and everything.
Noted for the file. Mr. Shelby.
And if I can ask Ms. Crosby Collier, with regard to these changes that you're adding, is that a separate motion of council, and the other?
She said as amended.
Well, and the question that I have is, for the purposes of what the clerk receives and what gets uploaded, will there be an amended ordinance filed, or a clean ordinance, or how will it get associated with this item today?
Yes, so Dana Crosby Collier, City Attorney's Office. The title didn't change, so there's no new title for the ordinance. If you adopt the ordinance as amended and include these conditions, I can submit this ordinance to the clerk.
So we're just gonna read the title and then as amended.
Yeah, as amended by the, with the 8 conditions.
Okay, very good. Okay, anybody else? Anybody in the public wish to speak to this? Hearing none. We have a motion to close by Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Young. Yep.
You know this, yes?
Yep. Long one.
All right. File number E2026-8, Chapter 27, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida relating to publicly initiated text amendments making revisions to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, amending Chapter 27 zoning and land development, amending Section 27-43 definitions, amending 27-146 official schedule of district regulations, repealing Section 27-160 special street setbacks, amending Section 27-177 historic district established, amending 27-184 official schedule of permitted principal, accessory and special uses, required off-street parking ratios by use, parking space equivalencies by transportation mode, amending 27-198 official schedule of permitted principal, accessory and special uses, required off-street parking ratios by use, parking space equivalencies by transportation mode, amending Section 27-199 official schedule of dimensional regulations, amending Section 27-211.8 schedule of permitted uses by district, amending Section 212.4 schedule of allowable, permitted, and prohibited uses of district, creating creating section 27-282.31 certified recovery residences, amending section 27-283.12 off-street parking space standards, providing for severability, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing an effective date.
As amended with the 8 conditions.
As amended with the 8 conditions.
And just for clarification, I think on, the code was 27-156 for the one line. I think I may have heard it wrong, but I think you said 146. But okay, we have motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Item number 51, file number E2026-8, Chapter 27, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida relating to publicly initiated text amendments to consider comprehensive amendments to the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, amending Section 27-6, Establishment of Land Development Code, amending Chapter 27, Zoning and Land Development, Article 2, Administrative and General Procedures, Division 8, Subdivision Procedures, providing for severability, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, providing an effective date.
A motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 42, we have a request to continue this public hearing to June 18th, 2026. Can I get a motion? Motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. Mr. Shelby.
Date, time, and place, please.
Motion would be a continuance to June 18th, 2026 at 10 a.m., 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33602, third floor.
A motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda to continue the public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Item number 43, let's do that one more time. Councilman Maniscalco, you make that motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to continue item number 43, file E 2026-8, chapter 26.5, a continuance to 10 a.m. on June 18, 2026, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, third floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Very good. We are now moving on to the 10 o'clock public hearings, which are quasi-judicial. They require people who want to speak to these items to be sworn in. If you are going to speak to these next items, stand, raise your right hand and be sworn in by our clerk. That's 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Go ahead.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
I do.
Thank you. Item number 44.
Good morning, Bria Dixon Development Coordination. Item number 44 is REZ 2611. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 1500 West LaSalle Street. The request is to rezone from RS 50 Residential Single Family 50 to RM 18 Residential Multiple Family. I'm available if you have any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
Move.
Okay. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, second from? Second. Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you. I have an ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, REZ 26-11. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1500 West LaSalle Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 50 residential single family to RM 18 residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
A motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote. She's absent. So everybody vote.
Motion carried unanimously with Hurtak being absent at vote.
Thank you very much. Item number 45.
Good morning, Bria Dixon Development Coordination. Item number 45 is REZ 2616. This item is a request to rezone the property located at 3206 North Tampa Street. The request is to rezone from residential single-family 50 to planned development residential single-family attached uses. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. This is before you today for second reading. I'm available if you have any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant? Okay, would you like to add anything?
Sorry,
Have
I
you
have
been
not
sworn
been
in
sworn
yet?
in. Do I need to be sworn in?
Yeah, raise your right hand and be sworn in by our clerk, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, would you like to add anything for the record?
No, sir. I was just going to say, my name is Giselle Moda. I'm the authorized agent for the applicant. I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Is anybody in the public here to wish to speak to this item? We have a motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from
Me.
Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Hurtak, would you like to read this one?
I
Oh, you read one? Okay, Councilman Miranda, go ahead.
Item number 45, Chairman, file number RZ 26-16, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3206 North Tampa Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50, residential single-family PD plan development, residential single-family attached, providing an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 46.
Good morning, Council. For the record, Christopher DeMonts, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 46 is REZ 2637. This item is a rezoning request for property located at 1313 West Nassau Street. The request is a rezone from RS50 to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached uses. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Does council have any questions? Nope, hearing none. Applicant?
Hey, good morning, City Council. My name is Giselle Moda. Once again, I'm the authorized agent for the applicant. I'm here for any questions. Thank you.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Hearing none. Can I get a motion to close? Or was anybody in the public here wish to speak to this item? No one? None? Motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Carlson, would you first read the ordinance and then followed by the resolution?
46, right?
Yeah.
I move number 46, file number REZ 26-37, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 1313 West Nassau Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family semi-detached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
And
Can
then
you
move
move
the
the resolution?
resolution.
Thank you. We have a motion from Councilman Carlson to move the associated resolution, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item number 47.
Good morning, Bria Dixon, Development Coordination. Item number 47 is REZ 2652. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 5200 South Manhattan Avenue. The request is to rezone from planned development for residential single-family attached to planned development residential single-family attached uses. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. This is for you today for second reading. I'm available for any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
Good morning, Cami Court with Ward Henderson. Excuse me. I'm here to answer any questions should you have any.
Does council have any questions of the applicant? Hearing none. Anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Can I get a motion? Oh, we have one. You're just not quick enough.
Stephanie Pointer. I hate this project, but this PD makes it a better PD. So, I don't want any more density in South Tampa, but these amendments to the PD are a good thing. I would also like to point out that this applicant is having to come back before you guys to make changes. But the Live Local next door to me never came back to council when they reduced the setback by 60 feet. So I still have issues with the equity in that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Carol Ann Bennett, I support these changes. I think they are an improvement on the original. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Can I get a motion to close?
So moved.
Motion to close, Councilman Maniscalco, second Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Vera.
Yes, sir.
Move ordinance presented for second reading and adoption, ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 5200 South Manhattan Avenue, City of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1, from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development, residential, single-family attached, providing an effective date.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Griot, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 48.
For the record again, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 48 is REZ 25118. This is a rezoning request for property located at 4714 East Hillsborough Avenue. The request is to rezone from CI and RS50 to planned development for business professional office, all CI uses, and open storage as an accessory use. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I'm available for any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
Zamal Sheikh with Global Engineering Associates. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Anybody in the public wish to speak to this item?
Move to close.
Motion to close, Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Young.
File number REZ-25-118, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 4714 East Hillsborough Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification CI, commercial intensive, and RS50, residential single family, to PD, plan development, business professional office, all CI uses, and accessory open storage, providing an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Young, second from Councilman Maniscalco. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 49.
Bria Dixon, Development Coordination. Item number 49 is REZ 2616. This item is a rezoning request for the property located at 3206 North Tampa Street. The request is to rezone from RS50 residential single family to planned development residential single family attached uses. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. This is for you today for second reading. I'm available if you have any questions.
She said
Can you restate what, because we have Euclid on here in the city of West Euclid Avenue, is that correct?
Oh, so sorry, guys. This is for REZ 2618. The item is rezoning for property located at 3602 West Euclid Avenue. The request is to rezone from RO residential office to CG commercial uses. Available for any questions.
Thank you. Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
Nothing further to add, just happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Have you been, well, you don't have anything to add? Okay. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to this item?
Move to close.
Motion to close from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, file number REZ 26-18, ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. An ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3602 West Euclid Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classifications RO residential office to CG commercial general, providing an effective date.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 50.
Item number 50, or Chris DeMonch, for the record, with Development Coordination. Item number 50 is REZ 2626. This is a rezoning request for property located at 2602 and 2604 East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and 2603 East Ida Street. The request is to rezone from CI and RS50 to planned development for residential multiple family. Revisions have been completed and certified plans have been submitted to the clerk's office. I'm available for any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
Was she sworn in? Everybody sworn in?
Good morning, Council. Catherine Coyle, Boggs Engineering, 601 South Alexander Street. I'm available for any questions. We're just here to ask for your approval. As a reminder, this is the site where we're saving the 3 grand trees, and this was the introduction of the shipping container homes.
Does council have any questions?
No.
Anybody in the public wish to speak to this item? Wait, motion to close from Councilman Griot.
Wait.
Oh.
No?
Oh.
Speak to this. Did you No, I didn't
Were you sworn in?
No, you can be, you can be. Yeah, you can be sworn in.
I was looking at the address, it just was next to the C. Blythe Andrews Library, is that correct?
Yeah, it's across the street, but you have to be sworn in first. Raise your right hand.
Ashley.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to speak to this item?
Yeah, I just, sorry,
Start with your name.
Ashley. My name is Ashley Morrow.
Thank you.
I don't have a problem with it. I just didn't realize that there was something being built right next to the C. Blythe Andrews, the container homes, and I thought that was a very interesting project. I don't know where I would find more information about that, or where I would have seen renderings, or if there was a meeting or something like that. I just, not opposed or against or for it, I just didn't know that it was going to be there, and I didn't know where to find that information, so I'll follow up with her. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, very good. Anybody else in the public wish to speak to this item? Councilman Bureau, can I get that motion? Oh,
Can I just make a
Councilman
quick comment? It was, Ms. Cole, it was funny when I was watching the video this morning, catching up. It was funny watching it where you had to tell everybody that there's actually going to be doors and windows on it. Right?
Yes,
In the pictures.
yes, it was just
Because
the
of the way the rendering was
artist
done.
rendering didn't.
It
put
looks
the
like a great project, I
windows.
think.
Thank you.
Very good. Motion to close from Councilman Bureau, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Who did I leave off with?
Me.
Okay, Councilman Maniscalco.
File number REZ 2026. Ordinance being presented for second reading and adoption. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2602 and 2604 East Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and 2603 East Ida Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50, residential single family, and CI commercial intensive to PD plan development residential multifamily, providing effective date.
A motion, Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. Please record your vote.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item number 52 is the first reading, please.
Ross Salmons, Development Coordination, presenting file number BAC 23-20. This is an ordinance correcting a Scrivener's error from a previously approved vacating ordinance 2024-35. And that ordinance abandoned all right-of-way and alleyways located north of Oak Avenue, south of Palm Avenue, east of Tampa Street, and west of Florida Avenue. Basically, this is to amend and correct the Exhibit A, which is the illegal description of the ordinance, to add a small area that was omitted from the legal description. That area was approximately 5 feet by 8 feet long in the previous. This was included in the previous notice for the approved vacating, and I'm available if you have any questions on this.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Does everybody in the public wish to speak to this item?
Move to close.
A motion to close, Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. File number 52, file number BAC 23-20, orders being presented for second reading consideration.
No, first time
reading
this time.
consideration, excuse me. An ordinance in the city of Tampa, Florida, correcting the Scrivener's errors by amending ordinance number 2024-35, which vacated, closed, discontinued, and abandoned all rights of ways and alleyways located north of Oak Avenue, south of Palm Avenue, east of Tampa Street, west of Florida Avenue, within the plat of Highland Park, First Edition, Subdivision in the city of Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida, by amending Exhibit A to add a small area that was inadvertently omitted from the legal description, repealing conflict, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16th, 2026 at 10 a.m. in City Council Chambers, Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Item number 53. And then we're going to hear from Barbara Tripp after this.
Well, it's next on the item.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure she knows what. After Barbara.
Morning again, Council. Deputy Chief Patrick Messmer, Tampa Police Department. We're here basically to make some minor amendments to the school zone speed camera enforcement ordinance that Council's already passed. We've already passed the contract, the ordinance. We have one simple goal, and that's to protect students and to protect our folks who are walking to school, who are driving to school. And what we have done, I think council's pretty much familiar with this program. It was previously passed. We relied on a study from the Hillsborough County Transportation Planning Commission that was commissioned back in 2022. It actually used some data as old as 2018, and it relied on a lot of multimodal aspects of walking and biking to school, things like that. When we had some issues with the previous vendor, some operational issues, and we were basically severed the ties with the previous vendor. When we adopted the new contract and moved to Red Speed offered to actually do a true speed study. So we had them do the speed study at 31 school zones in the city of Tampa, and they specifically were looking for the number of speeding vehicles that would be committing a violation under this statute during school hours. So we identified 18 specific school zones. These schools are actually a little bit more geographically spread out through the city than the original study showed. But there are 18 of these school zones that average between 200 and even up to 3,000 speeding violations per day. So what we're asking council to do is to amend the ordinance, and again, the only amendment is to just change the locations. 6 of the previous locations that were already in the ordinance were also identified in this study, but there were some additional locations that had a lot of these serious speeding issues that were identified. So because our goal is making our school zone safer, making our students safer as they're coming to school, we do want to make sure that the locations that have the most speeding violations are the ones that we're actually putting our speed cameras at. So I know there's been some concern about the potential for, sharing of any kind of data, license plate readers and so forth. And just a reminder, both the state statute and the city ordinance do not allow the sharing of any kind of data for surveillance purposes. So there will be none of that. Even if the state statute gets amended and allows that, the city ordinance still prohibits the use of this kind of data for surveillance purposes. So there can be no data sharing with any kind of license plate recognition systems that can be used for surveillance in the future. If the vendor were to do that, they would be in breach of the city ordinance, in breach of the contract. So we don't have any concern that's not going to happen. We've spoken with them. They are not going to be storing this data for any kind of license plate recognition purposes, any kind of surveillance purposes. As a reminder, with these violations, do not carry any points on a person's driver's license. Even if the violation turns into a uniform traffic citation, it's not paid, it still does not generate points on somebody's driver's license. So we do know that these cameras make school zones safer, depending on what study you look at, anywhere from a 45% to an 80% reduction in speeding from when these cameras are installed. So we definitely know that they are valuable. They're a valuable public safety piece. And of course, before this is implemented, we do hope that it's implemented here by the start of the school year. We do plan to have a robust public education campaign. We're going to be, this is an item. It's some of the data on there is old because it's from the old system. You'll see that. Hang on. Yeah. Yep, there we go. So that's just an example of one of the flyers that we post either on social media or we give out at community meetings. So some of those dates on there are obviously going to change, but we do also have these are just a couple screenshots from the previous website that we set up again on this. The website's been archived right now because it's not active, but we do have a website set up. We have videos, we have a lot of examples, we have frequently asked questions, we have location data that will be on these websites. And again, we plan on, not only are we going to promote the website, not only are we going to promote things via our social media, we plan on going to community meetings to get with community groups, make sure that we notify them that the program is going to be starting. There is a 30-day warning period when each camera is set up before violations start being issued. So the warning period and the robust community outreach is very important to us. So again, we're asking for council to just approve this amendment so we can put these cameras at our most, most important locations where speeding has been determined via this traffic study to be an issue. And we would ask council's support on this, and I'm here to answer any questions along with Mr. Schmidt and Mr. Reiser.
Councilman Vieira, then followed by Hurtak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation, sir. We appreciate that. I'm very, very supportive of these. I remember when State Representative Tracy Coster, I think it was, introduced this in the legislature. And it's very, very important to know. First off, I want to say and I'll talk about some of the schools that are being targeted here in school areas for improvements on safety. They're the ones I hear about the most as the District 7 Tampa City Councilman. But it's important to know what this does and what this doesn't know. This is something that's, and please correct me if I'm wrong in this regard, but from recollection, it's very narrowly tailored. It's a $100 fine. It is time limited in terms of the hour before and after school. And I believe it doesn't, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't take effect unless if you're going in excess of 10 miles over the speed limit. Isn't that so?
That is all correct.
Yeah. So this isn't some sort of a cash grab by local government. This isn't something that's onerous or punitive at all. It's very narrowly tailored, and it's narrowly tailored to protect the lives of children. That's why I strongly support this. I know that previously Sulphur Springs Elementary, I believe it was, had been in this, and now I'm glad to see we have Shaw in Copeland Park area that's here, and I'm also very thrilled to see that we have, I think it is 3 new Tampa schools, Benito, near Hunter's Green and Arbor Green. That's a wonderful choice. I hear a lot about speeding over there on Cross Creek. And we also see Childs Elementary, where my son went when he was a kid. And I've experienced a lot there years ago when I used to drop him off and pick him up over at Childs Elementary, that issue. And then Liberty, which is right next to Freedom. So again, I hear a lot from my constituents, especially on those 3 schools, on Benito, Liberty, as well as Childs. So I'm thrilled to see this happen. And it's also important to note, I've always had big challenges with the state of Florida and our present law whenever it comes to fees and fines, and how we institutionalize poverty, taking away folks' ability to drive because of unpaid fees and fines. For me, that is totally separate from this issue. I'm not going to not enforce the law or not implement provisions that put penalties on people who go 15 miles in excess of the speed limit in the school zone because of implementation on fees and fines. I want to change on that in Florida law, and I think a lot of people do, but for me, those are totally separate issues. So I'm proud to support this. My constituents strongly support this, and so I thank you for your work, and again, I'm glad that local governments can do this. This is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Sue Lynn, can you make sure the timer's set on council? Councilwoman Hurtak.
So my first question, to follow what Councilman Vieira said, so they won't get a fine until 10 miles over the speed limit?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. So the statute actually describes when the citation can be issued. So you can't issue a citation or a violation, they're not even citations. You can't issue a violation for 5 or 6 or 7. It's 10, correct?
Correct. Anything over 10 miles.
Right, anything over 10 miles an hour, the state will allow us to issue those citations specifically under this automated enforcement. Now, if there's a police officer who happens to be running radar, running laser in a school zone, they don't have that specific requirement, but just for the cameras, that is correct.
So, but generally speaking, school zones are 15 miles an hour?
15 to 20 miles an hour
So,
usually.
so you're talking about 25 to 30 miles an hour before you can do a ticket? To me, I just think that 10 miles an hour is a huge difference in a school zone. I will just say that. And I understand, thank you for explaining that if it's an actual officer, they don't have to wait that 10 miles an hour, but wow, then that 10 miles an hour is a lot. So we had a public commenter this morning that asked if there was a way we could take our ordinance and make sure that language gets into this ordinance and not just referencing the ordinance that council had passed previously about not using the camera technology for flock or other surveillance Is there a way that we could actually write that into this contract to give people more assurity? Because the commenter this morning said, and it made a lot of sense, and this is exactly what I've been hearing from the community after my last vote, was just because there's an ordinance doesn't mean that ordinance is going to stay. Even city council, because we're gone in May of next year, the new council could completely change that. So what they're asking is, can we put that stronger language that's in our current overall ordinance into this contract to make it more ironclad?
So unfortunately, there's not a way to amend the contract because the contract with this company was done through the provisions of the Government Purchasing Council. It was essentially a piggyback contract, so we can't change a contract that we piggybacked on. In order to do that, we would potentially have to go back to RFP. It would be months and months and months and months to do that. There'd be no way that we could get these cameras implemented by the start of the school year. If we, went back to RFP, did this all over again, we would be looking at another year to 2 years to even implement this program. So unfortunately, because we piggybacked on the contract, we can't change the contract. But again, no matter what the contract says, as long as this council or a future council doesn't change the ordinance and the legislature doesn't change the law, both of those things would have to happen. Even if the legislature changes the law, our ordinance would still be stricter than the law, so our ordinance would still apply. So you would have to have a legislature change the law and a future council change the ordinance to specifically allow, surveillance with these cameras. As far as the police department goes, we don't have any reason to want that. So
It's not, people are not concerned about the police department they're using it. They're concerned about the federal government and ICE using it. That's the issue. It's not our local law enforcement at all. But I think the bigger concern is that the Florida legislature just completely preempts our ability to regulate them, because that's what they've been doing in Tallahassee for many, many things. And so that is a concern. So thank you.
Councilman Carlson, then Young.
Just to follow that, can I ask legal a question, please? So if the Department of Justice, U.S. Department of Justice, subpoenas these files, do we or the vendor have to give it to them?
Mike Schmidt, Assistant City Attorney. If I understand your question right, you're asking whether or not if Department of Justice subpoenaed the records from the vendor RedSpeed, would RedSpeed be required to comply with the subpoena? I think there's a deeper level of knowing what RedSpeed would have. So first off, the data has to be deleted within 90 days from the disposition of the violation, and I think any other data is deleted within 30 days. So I don't know that they're capturing the data the Department of Justice you're concerned about is even going to exist. But in theory, I can't advise that RedSpeed would.
But most likely, yes, right?
Would have to honor a subpoena from Department of Justice.
The state and federal government, law enforcement could.
I would imagine they would, but again, I don't think they're going to have the data that some of us are stating that they might have concerns with.
The thing I wanted to say on top of that, though, is that for anybody watching, today we're not approving the contract. Yes. All we're doing is revising the ordinance that was passed already. And you kind of said this earlier, but I think one of the benefits of this is that the locations primarily or all were in East Tampa. That was one of the concerns that was brought up in public comment also. And now you distributed it throughout the city, and you're doing it based on data, not just geography. But I think in terms of equity, the East Tampa folks are concerned about biking while black and renting while black and other policies in the past. And now we can say to them, this is being distributed throughout the city. One of them is Robinson High, which is the one my youngest son goes to. And I see people speeding through there all the time, and they're going way more than 10 miles an hour of a speed limit. And so I think a lot of people will be happy of it. One thing that happens is that when you slow down to go through a school zone, people start honking behind you. And so on the later item, I think we need to talk about other issues there. You talked about effectiveness. I took a deep dive on this and the legislation and everything. What I found is that the industry says it's 65%, sometimes more effective, but the peer-reviewed research shows it's about 45 or 46%. And so that's still a deterrent, but there's 55% more. And the education campaign you're doing, the research shows that that's about 10 or 15% effective. So that's, let's say you take the 45%, put 15 on board. What I want to talk about in the next item later is what else we can do, in particular with the $10 million that is going to be left over, as Emily was talking about earlier. As to the hours, just to confirm, it's going to be from during the whole school day, right? So in the morning, if you go 26 miles an hour, you'll get a ticket. But let's say that between drop-off and pickup time, the speed limit is 35, you'd have to go 46 to get a ticket, right? But you could get a ticket during the school day, but on weekends and after hours, before hours, it's not going to be going, right?
That's correct.
Does it collect data during those times?
What do you, it's only capturing speed violations, if that answers your question.
And then in terms of the argument about a cash grab or not cash grab, I think that's going to be the next discussion. It depends on what we do with the $10 million. So if it says we can use it for school safety or public safety. And so if we use it for anything other than school safety, then it's going to look to the public like a cash grab. So that's the discussion I want to have. As Emily Hinsdale mentioned earlier, there's a whole bunch of scientifically proven things. And if this is 45% effective, which is very good, people are still speeding through. I think our goal should be to have nobody pay tickets, because if you're speeding through and getting a ticket, you're still putting lives at risk. So what are the other things we can do? And signs are bigger signs, which we'll talk about later, only like 20% effective, but there are other things that we can do as well. That's it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Young.
So I definitely, anything that, if, supporting our students, especially when they're going to, making sure that our students are safe when they're going to school, I think is very important. With that being said, can you please, just, for myself and for the public, what exactly is it that we are voting on today?
So I'm sorry, yeah, if I wasn't clear, again, all we're voting on today is amending the ordinance that council's already passed. It doesn't have anything to do with the contract that council's also already passed. To amend the ordinance because the ordinance has specific schools in it. So the previous ordinance had the 12 schools that were identified via the old study. Now that we have a newer study that is specifically a speed study, we've done more research and we've identified these 18 schools. So it's replacing those 12 schools with these 18 schools. And 6 of those schools are the same. The other 6 were not identified as having actual issues with speeding. So all we're doing is clarifying the locations where the cameras can be put.
And those 18 schools are spread throughout the city now?
They are spread throughout the city. I do have, although the map's a little bit hard to read, I do have a map with the locations on there as well. Zoom in a little bit. Yeah, it is more spread out. Like Councilman Vieira says, we do have some schools up in New Tampa. We have some more down in South Tampa. And then it is a little bit more spread out. Several of those schools in East Tampa were the ones that were removed based upon this new study.
Now, earlier, when we were talking about changing the language in the contract, did I hear you say that it would take a year just to put that amendment into the contract?
I think that's probably a conservative estimate. I mean, and there's no, because again, we piggybacked on the contract, so in order to have these cameras operational by the school year, we have to get this passed today. So if we delay the process, go back to RFP and try to get the contract rewritten, then we're talking about at least next school year before we get to have all this stuff done. So it would, with the process, the procurement process, the RFP process, and then the fact that nothing can start as far as the educational campaigns, the construction, all of those things. That's what takes the time, is going onto the roadway and putting the cameras up. So it takes a lot of time to get the permits in place, to get the infrastructure put in. So that would delay everything. And again, the ordinance doesn't allow what the concern is. So
here's, here's my issue with that. We change contracts all the time, and we amend and change things, and it doesn't take a year. So I hear you, and I understand. But I've seen us do it for other things, and I've seen contracts be amended all the time. So I'm curious as to why just putting, a language in there that, make sure that we are protecting, people's data, why that would take so long to do.
Because it's not specifically our contract. This is a contract we piggybacked on via the provisions of the purchasing council. So essentially, we're taking the contract that I believe the county is using, and we're just adopting that same contract. So my understanding with those rules is we don't have the ability to specifically change a contract that we're piggybacking off of.
Can I have one of the lawyers explain to me, please?
Hello, Mike Schmidt, Assistant City Attorney. Yeah, I concur with what Chief Messmer just said. That's correct. We can't change the provisions of the county contract, and so for the reasons he's previously stated, that is our concerns.
Mr. Shelby.
And I would also concur, and basically what you're being told is because this contract comes as a package, we're able to streamline the process and get the same negotiated rates that all the other municipalities or government entities are using for that contract. If you want to do something different, there's a whole process that we have to go through for RFPs, which was discussed, and then the process would be that it would have to be renegotiated with that company, and you've heard what the problem would be with that in terms of time. The other thing is normally council generally under the charter does not have the ability to negotiate or renegotiate contracts from the dais. You can either vote them up or you can vote them down and state the reason why. But when you hear about contracts being renegotiated, they could be suggested by the city council, but under the administrative duties of the mayor, under the duties of mayor, she gets to negotiate contracts, and council is presented to them with the binary choice of yes or no.
And if I may real quick, there is a cancellation provision in the contract. So if they violate the city ordinance and anybody determines that they're violating the city ordinance, that would be a breach of the contract, and the contract could be immediately canceled at that point.
Okay, 2 more questions. Oh, I'm sorry. 2 more questions. You said there's going to be an educational campaign. How long will we be doing this educational campaign?
So our plan is to start the educational campaign as soon as the ordinance passes and everything is approved by council. And then that educational campaign will go up until the point that the system goes live before the school year starts. So that's several months is the educational campaign.
And then with this new camera installations, will there be signs that say cameras or slow down? There are going to be cameras.
Yeah, so
at
that's
all of the locations.
correct. That's part of the requirement is any time that a school zone has a camera on there enforcing speed, that has to be posted that it is there is speed enforced essentially. So there's a specific sign that says that it's photo enforced, and the hours that the photo enforcement is taking place is also on the same sign.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Miranda, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chairman.
Microphone. Microphone.
That's basically what we do sometimes, and what we do bidding for buying a car or something for the fleet. You bid the contract that the sheriff has, and we don't have to go through that process. We just piggyback on the sheriff and buy the cars at the same price that the sheriff did, which would have got anyway, but it would have taken another 6 or 8 months, and the price might have escalated upward.
That's correct. And we wanted to get this project done. We wanted it done by the school year last year. We had issues with the last vendor. We didn't want to have to wait longer and longer and redo the whole process.
Okay, so I'll do the end of the first round, then we'll move on to second round. It'll be my intention to vote against this. I regret my vote on the first round. So just FYI, I'll leave it at that. Councilman Vieira, then Councilwoman Hurtak on the second round.
Could you, but could legal just tell us the effect of voting no?
The effective vote of no is that the existing ordinance would stand with the existing locations, but the no modifications, and so.
Do you have a, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so.
Yes,
You-
I concur.
Okay. Councilman Bureau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to point something out, which is there have been references on this potentially being used or even misused, I guess, if you will. ICE was mentioned. What I would say is there's a couple of things, which is number one, we shouldn't let the potential misuse of this law preclude us from the proper use of it by us, which I think will be a tremendous benefit to our communities. In my estimation, I would be open if there's a motion for an annual written report or something of that nature so that we keep an eye on this. I say that because obviously I have a level of regard and deference for the issues which were mentioned with regards to sharing of data, and I have strong moral disapproval of what the federal government is doing now by and large on that issue. And so, something like that I would certainly be open to. But again, I wouldn't let the potential misuse of this preclude us from the proper use of it, which philosophically I'm in support of when it comes to our schools myself. And I respect our chairman's position on, I know Councilman Condenon's position on public safety is second to none, but that's my position. Thank you.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So what is the length of this contract?
I believe there's options for extension, but my recollection is approximately March of 2027 is the county's contract ends. So because we're piggybacking, we are currently with them right now.
So March of 27.
It's approximately around then.
Okay, and then my other question is, how are we gonna know if they're breaking the contract? Like, how are we gonna know if the data is asked for and taken by the federal government? Because from my understanding, they wouldn't code you, they would go straight to red speed. So how would you know if the cameras are not used correctly?
I understand the question, and it is hard to answer hypotheticals that don't exist right now. But I would say that understanding that this camera is not integrated with Flock. So this is literally just a camera right now that is trying to capture speed data and the information in order to process the violation that's necessary. Other data winds up getting deleted and destroyed, and then the data needed for processing those ones that are determined violations can be kept by the law for 90 days, and you can't use it for surveillance. So, I mean, they would be violating both the state and our law. How would we know? I mean, I can't answer that.
Yeah, and so we don't, but the problem is, we've seen the federal government continuously not following the laws that they have. We're hearing other cities that have stopped working with these companies and the cameras keep going. So it is, I mean, there was one article, I believe it was in Wisconsin, they're having problems with it right now, that they're having to put trash bags over the cameras so that they're not continuing to record data. So that is the issue that we are constantly getting asked about after this vote. I've had constant communication with community members saying, I am worried about that happening here. And when I ask and you say, we can't guarantee it, that is what I understand your position, but you have to understand the position that we're in that the public is not trusting the federal government that is not following its own rules right now. So how can we guarantee that these rules are supposed to be followed? Or that they are followed? And the answer is we can't.
Okay. And Councilman Carlson?
Yeah, just I want to make sure you guys listen here. But the ordinance was passed a year or so ago. The contract was passed a few months ago. The effective voting no today is that it's not going to change the contract and not change the ordinance because they exist. I voted against the contract, but I voted for the ordinance just to create the possibility of it. And so the only effect today is that the list that's primarily in East Tampa is still going to exist. And so, correct? Do you have the list of the map of the before and after? You showed the after, but do you have the before? I mean, my concern is if we do nothing today, then there's going to be an over-concentration in East Tampa, and I don't want that either.
I do not have that map, but you're,
Is it correct that most or all of them are in East Tampa?
a majority, yes, sir.
And so that, we heard a little bit from the community this morning, but we've heard separately about that. And so I don't, if the ordinance came before us again, I might vote no, but now the ordinance is passed, the contract is passed. Now all we're doing is we're spreading them throughout the city, and some of them are going to go to South Tampa, and I think some folks in South Tampa are okay with it. There is concern about having too many in East Tampa for a lot of reasons. And so I don't want to vote no just because of that. The other thing is in item 59, what I'm going to propose based on conversations with Emily Hinsdale and others is that we direct the $10 million or whatever the surplus is net of what the school district and everybody gets, that we allocate it only for school safety. And then we'll see if the administration fights back, then we know that it was a cash grab. But if, as Emily said this morning, there's a whole bunch of things that we can do for school safety other than just these, and that places that we're not putting these, we can put narrower roads, raised crosswalks, flashing signs and other things, because what we ultimately should not be about collecting money. It should be about stopping people from speeding through these areas, because we don't want kids and families to get hit. So that'll be item 59, but I'm concerned now because I don't want an over concentration in East Tampa.
Councilwoman Young.
Yeah, I agree with you, Councilman Carson. I think having it spread around, across the city is much better. But I'm having a very hard time with, not being able to guarantee in terms of the cameras, and then, we can't go back and change anything. It's gonna take a year. We did this, we can't. And I hear both of you, but I'm concerned about that.
Okay.
I'm concerned about that. I think that we absolutely have to protect our children as they're going to and from school, elementary, middle, and high school. There's no question about that. I'm having a hard time just not being able to guarantee that, this company is not going to be, still capturing data or sharing information.
Well, again, if they are doing something that is in breach of the contract or in breach of the law, then.
But it's not in their contract. That's what we're talking about.
It is in their contract that they have to follow our ordinances and our laws. So as long as our ordinance says that they cannot use any of the data for surveillance purposes, any kind of data sharing, then they cannot do that. So if they do that, they would be in violation of the law. They would be in violation of our ordinance, which would be a breach of contract, and it would be immediately canceled. So again, and as Councilman Vieira had mentioned, there is a reporting requirement, an annual reporting requirement that goes along with this to council. So we will be, making an annual report to council about the program. And as Councilman Carlson said, again, this is just changing the locations. This has nothing to do with the contract or with the ordinance. I mean, if we obviously want this to pass because these are the 18 locations that are the most important. But if this doesn't pass, we will just put the cameras in the 12 locations that the ordinance already allows us to. So we don't want to do that. We want to put them the places where we've determined through a better study that they're more necessary. But regardless of whether or not they're at the 12 locations in the existing ordinance or they're in the 18 locations that's in the proposed ordinance, we're still going to make sure that the vendor doesn't do anything that they're not supposed to based upon our laws.
And I hear you, but also, we're having to change our EBO and other things because the laws in Tallahassee are changing. So, and not trying to, foreshadow that we're gonna have to change again, but that's where the uncomfortability comes from, is you're saying like, unless the laws change, but they are changing. So yes, we need to make sure that our kids are safe. That's number one priority. There's no question about that. But it's really uneasy. That's all.
What happens in March of 20? Oh, hold on a second. I'm gonna run here. March of 27. What happens with the contract? Is it? Can they up without our permission, or do we have to both concur?
Mr. Chairman. I don't know whether Mr. Schmidt has the contract in front of him, but I will say that if there is an opportunity for a renewal, that is normally administratively, it could be administratively done in council.
Well, that's why I wanted just for public
But
record.
but that requires, I guess, a discussion of the contract itself.
Generally, contracts have to come to us
Automatic.
for renewal.
It depends on
Even
what's in the
up-
contract. What's
It
the,
did.
well, why don't you take an IOU, and when you find that information, let me know. Because the only thing, I'm gonna, a couple of things. One, the study that was done by a private vendor that benefits by increased fines. So that's, I mean, this, if it was done by public, I mean, there was some self-dealing, self-interest here that a public vendor who supplies these cameras financially benefits from this, from expanding to these areas. So that causes me pause and some concern. Again, I said from the beginning that I have issues with these to begin with. I think there's other ways that we can provide for public safety without infringing on folks' civil rights and constitutional rights. I mean, I regret my first vote on this. It's my intention to vote against this time around because of that, and there we go. Councilwoman Hurtado.
So I would like to make a motion irrespective of this ordinance. Since this is going to end in March of '27, I think what we can do as a council, or at least those of us who tend to be concerned about this, can signal now that we don't intend to continue after March 27 and instead ask staff two things. One, I'm going to ask legal staff to look at the contract and see what the ramifications are for early termination. That's my first motion. And my second motion is to ask the administration to go out now and get an RFQ, RFP, whatever. I can never remember the difference. I don't know. And to find a vendor that does not partner with Flock. That is what we're hearing in the community. That is what they don't want. And so I'm going to listen to the community on that. I would like to make those two motions if anybody has any suggestions about that, but it sounds kind of like what we're hearing. So if anybody has some suggestions, I'd be willing to take them.
I mean, let me, hold on a second, because right now, for procedural wise, we're hearing this motion for consideration.
Mm-hmm. But this is about this contract
I understand,
going
but
forward.
do we need to,
Mr. Chair.
somebody give me some advice?
No, but we can ask for a continuance of this to be with the modifications that were just suggested.
Yeah, I think we have to have some kind of action on this.
But frankly, this is also first reading consideration. So council has several options. You can vote it up and move it to second reading and public hearing, or you can vote it down, or you can continue it.
But can I explain my
No,
rationale?
I think I understand your
No,
motion. I
you
just want
don't.
I just want to understand procedurally how we get past this to get to you.
But no, the issue is, they've made it clear, we've already passed this ordinance, but what I'm saying is, we're only obligated through March 27, so why don't we start now figuring out what's gonna happen after that?
No, I understand. See,
Okay.
Councilman Hurtak, here's the issue. Right now, we're considering item 53. That's what's on the agenda right now. That's what's on the agenda.
Right.
What you've just described is sort of like new business, or of this motion, because it's
So
not.
what you're asking, Mr. Chairman, is how do you dispose of this agenda item that you
To
have in
get-
front of you right now to be able to address that?
Correct.
But Mr. Chair, she can
Councilman
make,
Carlson.
she can make a motion to ask them to modify the ordinance to have it end or whatever at the end of March, right? So
Well, except for that would not be germane to this, because this is strictly limited to the locations. So I agree with Mr. Shelby's advice. I think we deal with this up or down, and then we adjust with the.
I haven't
second
spoken
business.
for the second time. if I may.
Councilman Miranda, please.
What we're doing here is looking from 12 to 18, am I correct? Locations.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, yes.
Yeah. Secondly, we're talking about civil rights, I understand all that, but what about the children's rights and the parents' rights if some kid gets killed because we don't do anything other than the 12 that we have now, and something happens in the 6 that we're avoiding? Where do we stand there? You know, traffic is one thing, traffic in a school zone is another. And way back, very few got killed. Now traffic is the main cause, more likely, of death in a lot of areas. We are speeding, whether we know it or not. It used to be in the old days, you could feel the wind because you didn't have air conditioning, you knew how fast you were going without looking at the speedometer. Now you got air conditioning, everything is foam inside. You don't hear your grandmother yelling at you when she's next to you. So here we're talking about civil rights. What about children's rights or parents' rights that somebody's going to get killed? Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Shelby, am I correct in your advice that this is an up or down vote?
No.
No? Or
No,
continuance?
You have multiple options.
Tell me my multiple options, please.
You can, in order to address some of these concerns, one of your options is to move it on first reading, because the purpose of first reading is to comply with Chapter 166 of Florida statutes. Then it gets set for and you could put off the date of second reading. It depends what date you want to set it to. Then what happens is when you have it on second reading, it's also set for a public hearing, so the public can also then come out and speak specifically to it, and during which time you can have those issues addressed by staff reports, so you can have the contract in front of you, you can have the options in front of you with regard to the process. The other option is to vote this down at first reading consideration, but then you heard the ramifications of the fact that this particular item also requires council make a finding of fact that this is done for the purpose of data that supports each school zone is being chosen for heightened safety. So what you're acknowledging by passing this ordinance is that the 12 that you do have may or may not comply, but when the ordinance is amended, then the reason these are being chosen, and there's going to have to be a requirement, it's in the whereas clauses, but it should also be stated that the purpose of this particular ordinance is for the purpose of heightened safety. And in the meantime, if you don't do that, then as Mr. Miranda just said, or as just was stated, the status quo remains, and the ordinance remains in effect, and the contract remains in effect until you address it.
And just to be clear, this is not just a change of locations, this is an increase by 50% the number of cameras, from 12 to 18. So we're not just changing locations, we're increasing the number of cameras.
So to try to answer your question
Okay.
there, the previous ordinance listed the schools and not the school zones, and some of those, there was one school that had 2 streets that were identified as potential that had the flashers. So I think the prior number of cameras was actually closer to 24, because one of the schools closed. So it was 24 cameras last time, and now we're looking at an increase, yes. But just so you know, it was
An increase to how many cameras?
I think 18 times 2, so 36, so 24 to 36.
But it's a 50% increase in the number of schools, and then whatever to the number of cameras. Okay, Mr. Shelby.
And Mr. Chairman, it's very appropriate, this being something that could also be raised at public hearing, is what is the data that supports that? Is there data that supports heightened safety, that supports
Done by a private vendor.
an increase? But the question
But it's
is,
done by a private vendor.
Well,
that is financially benefits from that study.
that very well may be
Where
true,
is
but
that study?
that is a public policy discussion that you certainly could have. But the question is, my understanding is, and I may be mistaken, but I had a conversation with
Okay,
Mike.
Mr. Shelby, let me defer to Councilman Vera, please.
Yes.
The issues that we're discussing now are issues of policy as opposed to whether or not it is a private vendor that does it, et cetera. I want to deal with if there's legal issues at play here, but I want to deal with the policy issues, okay? Number one, there's one person y'all hear from New Tampa every week, and it's me. If this thing doesn't pass, you're gonna have a lot of folks, because I promise you, I hear all the time about Liberty, about the Freedom area, about Childs, about Benito, and what this does is expand this program, as I've been pushing for, into the New Tampa area. This isn't some radical thing we're doing. This is, again, if you support it philosophically, like I do, and again, some folks don't, I respect that, this is a good thing. Again, I stress, we shouldn't let the potential misuse of this program preclude the reasonable and normal use of this program, which benefits public safety, in my opinion. I want to stress that. We got to know what we're doing today. As I believe it was Councilman Carlson said, we're changing the schools. That's it. If there's other issues that, again, I'm very sympathetic to, that we want to take a look at, let's do that. But I think we ought to pass this thing on first reading. And again, if we want to have, I know there's annual reviews, if we want to put it as a matter of council policy to have something in writing on this, very sympathetic to that, very sympathetic to that. I'm glad to support that. But again, we should move this forward. I'm prepared, again, to vote for 53 as is. And then if there's any additional policy issues we want to deal with in the future today, we can discuss that. Thank you.
Just to correct your statement, though, it's not just doing, it's also expanding the schools and expanding cameras. It's not just changing locations. We're expanding the number of cameras and expanding the number of schools. Councilwoman Hurtak?
So I do have a question about the study. It wasn't in the backup documents. Where is the study?
The study's in the backup documents.
The full study itself?
Yeah, it was placed in the backup documents.
Okay, so I'm gonna,
I can give you a copy
I
of it.
wanna go through that over lunch, and take a look. Do you wanna?
And if I could just address something real quick with the study, it was performed by the vendor, but it was validated. And the study basically was, they put radars in these school zones and counted the numbers of cars going through the school zones each day during the hours that would receive citations. So it's not really like it's something that was open to any kind of interpretation. It was all empirical data that was captured by radar.
Mr. Shelby?
Yeah, Council, I just want to bring to this discussion just something generally, so you know this, and don't conflate this public policy discussion with a quasi-judicial matter. Normally, when you vote for something on first reading, you better have a darn good reason to change your vote on a quasi-judicial matter, competent substantial evidence. This is a public policy matter. This is a legislative matter. This is fairly debatable. What you're in fact doing is procedurally, under Florida law, setting this for, if you do approve it, and I'm not taking a position, please don't assume that I am, but what you're doing is you're just moving this forward to set it for public hearing and a second reading. Fairly debatable is a very loose standard. You can vote this down as long as it's just not arbitrary and capricious, as long as you could articulate any reason. So you're not married to this from a policy standpoint, just from moving it forward, if it gives you the time to be able to get the questions you answer, or what you do is if you have any concern, then you continue this item, and then get your questions.
Or we could vote it down.
Or you could vote it down, obviously, yes.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Mr. Chief, did you want to say something?
Just 3 points why council's deliberating on this. One is that
Sorry, the name.
from the John Bennett, Chief of Staff, from the purchasing point of view, typically our contracts have a for cause, not for cause, and then to Councilwoman Hurtak's point, the RFP process. So between the votes, we could talk about all three of those. The second thing is what Councilman Carlson brought up about the geo-equity consideration. I think that's valid. I was a special operations commander over traffic years ago, and geo-equity was my #1 thing citywide. The third thing that also Councilman Carlson mentioned was typically in this space, it's education, engineering, then enforcement. So whatever proceeds work their way back into improve education and engineering, by default will lower enforcement over time. So those, I just wanted to bring up those three elements from the purchasing equity and the use of the funds for the future for council to think through. Thank you.
Councilwoman Young. Did you want to say something
Yeah.
else? Go ahead, Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, the thing, we were talking about the study that was done by the vendor, and I looked at whatever was in the file, and my recollection of the methodology is that the vendor has an incentive to find the spots that have the biggest number of violations, because they have an economic incentive to pick the school zones that the most people are speeding through. And so I think that's an okay incentive, because it aligns with ours that we want to reduce the maximum amount of speeding. We don't want people speeding in school zones. That's the thing. Keep people safe. in looking at the other kinds of studies about the overall effectiveness, that's where I think it's important to have peer-reviewed data, and the industry will say 65% plus, but the peer reviews say 45, and 45 is still great. But that's why in 59 I want to talk about other measures as well, as we kind of alluded to a minute ago. But I don't know what you all want to do. We're stuck here. We can either continue or we can approve it, and then we have to address the overall issues either with a different ordinance or some other mechanism.
Councilwoman Young.
So when I think of, there's a woman in East Tampa that I've visited a few times, and as I'm standing outside talking to her, you can visibly see how scared she is because of how fast the cars go in front of the school. And so I've said it a couple times, our children are definitely number one priority, and I want to be sure, whether in elementary, middle, or high school, that our children are safe going to school. I don't think there's any question about that on the council. I think, for me, again, it goes back to, the capturing of the data, we're getting, questions in the community about that, about the surveillance. We're seeing laws changing every other day, and we're having to adjust here on council. So, having something that's more, concrete, I think, in the contract is something that, I would like to see it. I know, this contract ends in March 2027, and, Councilwoman Hurtek talking about, maybe putting something out right now that says, we're going to find someone else that doesn't, use this system or whoever to capture the data. I think that's something that we should explore. But what I would also like to see is, we are in 2026, and there are so many different ways that we can really pretty much do everything. We heard earlier about, maybe having raised crosswalks, having speed bumps. I would love for our city to be a little bit more innovative and figure out what else can we do? How can we be innovative to where we are still protecting our children, where we're, especially some of these cameras are probably going in neighborhoods that don't even have sidewalks. So we're having conversation about that as well. But I would really love for our city council, but also administrative, we need to be more innovative in thinking of other things. It's easy to go to cameras because that's what we've all been doing. But let's be a little bit more innovative and think, okay, what else can we do so that we can protect our children still, and that we are making sure, again, at the end of the day, it's about our children. And that for me is the most important thing. But we also have to protect our constituents as well. And we're seeing what's happening at a micro level and how it's affecting us. So let's start to think a little bit better. And, with this ends in 2027, I would love to see us move forward and maybe find another company to work with or something. And again, thinking of other ways that we can protect our children. That's all.
Well said. Thank you, Councilwoman Young. Anybody else? Okay. This will be it.
Chair, just to address those concerns, the contract, Mike Schmidt again with City Attorney's Office. The contract, again, I said approximately March. I had time to look it up. It's August, just to clarify that. Okay. It's August, so I wanted to let you guys know that. The second thing is the contract also says that it can be terminated with 30 days notice for any cause. So if for some reason, let's just say hypothetically, the legislature changed the law and started saying that we could use these cameras for surveillance, and you guys found out that legislation happens, one, you're going to have plenty of notice because laws don't become effective typically until July 1st or October, and you guys saw that legislation next session was coming down the pipe, and you saw that law was coming, you could absolutely bring this item back up and tell us we could have a discussion about terminating the contract at that point. We can do it with or without cause, which means if such legislation passed and you wished us to address the termination of the contract in the future, we could absolutely come and talk about it. As far as going back out for a different vendor, this vendor is the same one the county uses. This vendor is the predominant vendor used in the state of Florida. We are not wanting to go seek another vendor. The amount of time and effort that has already been put into this through a successful RFP, we do not think just because we have concerns about the laws in Tallahassee that the correct way to respond is to go search for another vendor. We think we can already terminate the contract with or without cause should there be a concern in the future based on legislation. So we're asking you again to please support this amendment, and that's all we're doing today is just trying to amend the locations.
You just said two different things, though. You said with or without cause.
Yeah.
Can we terminate with or without cause, or just with cause?
With cause or without cause.
So we could just say tomorrow we no longer want to be in this contract and give them 30-day notice?
That is correct.
Then I don't-
Is that factual?
It says terminated for any reason, I believe is so usually it's with or without cause is the language they use.
For any reason? And in August of 27, do they have the right to extend without our permission? Or can they exercise the right for extension?
In August of 27, I will tell you that there is extension periods in there, and I assume the county would probably extend it. I assume the city would probably elect to extend it. I would want purchasing to answer that hypothetical question. I mean, that question that.
So until those questions are answered, I think we should continue this till we get those answers,
No,
questions answered.
I'm not asking for continuance.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we can get the answer before second read. I just don't want to answer your
Councilwoman
question.
Hurtak.
I would like to talk to folks about this over lunch, given that it's 12:22, and I already saw that Chief Tripp left, because probably also, oh, she's still here, okay, sorry. Because A, I'd like to hear from the public, and B, I'd like to hold this till after lunch, so I have a chance to relook at the contract, to really reconsider, because when you say the time and effort to go to the RFP, you went to the time and effort to go to the initial RFP, but then you just piggybacked on counties. That wasn't a lot of time and effort. That was just piggybacking. So
Okay, so I hear as a motion
Yeah.
to defer consideration of this item until after lunch.
yes, so moved.
Is there a second?
As a courtesy, I'll second.
We have a second, Councilman Viera. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, ayes have it.
That's for any of the public who wants to talk now, because they might leave after lunch.
Okay, we'll do that. And just for clarification, did you say Chief Tripp is still here? Yeah. Okay, Chief Tripp, are you here? And if so, can you come back to let us know, are you ready to present and how long you need?
She's here.
Okay. And okay, very good. Is there, and Chief Tripp, for your briefing item, how long do you think that presentation will be? That quick? Okay, we're gonna take public comment. We're gonna go right to you before we go to lunch, okay? So to get you guys out of here. So, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to item 53? We'll give you another opportunity after lunch, but if you want to speak to it ahead of time, come up now, say your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, while it's coming up, I just want the public to be aware, and especially council, that these items are not set for public hearing.
Right.
As a courtesy, you allow public.
Correct.
If it does go to second reading, it's an advertised public hearing.
Yes, yes. So as a courtesy, Ms. Pointer, remember that.
I'm not gonna talk long. My name's Stephanie Pointer, and something smells big time, and y'all smell it. So don't make a vote on this until you figure out what the problem is. You don't have to. No, you don't even have to have a vote today. Continue it until you figure out why it smells. Because when it smells, there's poop.
Thank you. Jamie?
James Adair, not for or against the topic at hand. I think these are all subject to public records anyway, with redaction of personal information. So I definitely appreciate the ICE issues 100%, and that may be in and of itself not to even have the evidence available, but it wouldn't take long to get these records with a good request. So.
Okay, very good. Anybody else? Okay, just for the record, we are deferring consideration of 53 till after lunch. We are now going to move to Fire Station 24 staff report. I recognize Chief Tripp. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council. Chief Tripp here, Tampa Fire Rescue, and of course I have my project manager, Mr. Ken Guyette, and of course we're going to give a presentation update for our quarterly on Station 24. So we do have a slide presentation. We do have the contractor online if you have any questions for them as well, and of course we have Mr. Motherbeck in the audience.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience this morning.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, councilors. Again, Ken Guyette with Colliers Project Leaders. I'm the regional discipline leader for project management services. We're just here to give you the June update on our project. Again, you've seen this slide before, no changes to this slide. It's basically our core team who's been involved with this project from the beginning. The next slide is kind of the more important slide, which is our update. So good news, we received the draft GMP on time on May 15th. We've done our review between Chief and I, and currently the cost is under budget for the project. So that construction cost was slightly under where it was prior to the GMP, and so we're very happy to report on that. When it comes to the GMP approval coming before you all, we're pushing for the July 16th meeting to get that resolved and have that be completed so that we can begin construction on September 4th. And so that leads us to kind of a next big item, which is very important, is scheduling the groundbreaking ceremony. I know that's going to be something we want to chat about and get that established. We're also doing our FF&E procurement. That's been ongoing. Chief and I have been working with our team internally to get all those items that are not part of construction purchased and ready to go so that we don't miss a beat when it comes to construction. And based on the current schedule that was included with the GMP, we're looking at an October 25th substantial completion in 2027. So, and again, here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Councilman Hershey, did you have a question? I heard you. Okay, Councilman Vera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, and I thank you all for your hard work on this, and I know this has been a very long road for here, beginning really in the end of 2023 in the budget, when we formally, I believe that was the year when we formally approved design for this, and now we're at here. I think it's always, it's really relevant to note that with this, our last 3 fire stations have been in the North and New Tampa area. If you include 24, we had 23, which we did in 2017, if I recall, for the Grand Hampton area. And then we have, of course, 25, which is for North Tampa, Sulphur Springs area, with Chief Tripp. That was one of your first priorities when you came in. And it's funny because that was such a quick win, wasn't it? You know, you got in, we refurbished the station, it was great. You know, what this goes to for purposes of the public and folks who are watching is to really, what I say right or wrong, and something that we all agree on, which is on Station 13, which for a time there, for a really long time there, it was about the 54th busiest station in the United States of America. It said there they have a painting of Freddy Krueger there, and it says it used to be called, what is it, Nightmare on Annie Street. It says if you work here you won't sleep, and thank God the numbers are looking great for purposes of the number of calls there and so forth. At the height, before we worked together on Station 25, Station 13 was 1 out of 23 stations, but took up 1 out of 7 calls. And now those numbers are improving because of Station 25. And now with 24, we're going to finish what we started. And that's great. And I'm really, really happy to see that. So this is a very, very big deal. Obviously, with the timeline, I've spoken a lot about it. We are where we're at here. We're really happy to see that September date. And we appreciate all of y'all's hard work, everybody with all hands on deck on this. Because again, for my district, for North Tampa, this is a huge priority, a very, very big priority. I do want to mention one thing, which is it's very relevant to note, which is projects like this cost money, right? They cost money. I had tried to start a few years ago a discussion on a dedicated revenue source for public safety. It wasn't supported. People disagree, fine. But now we're going the opposite end, where we're going to really, really reduce massively property taxes in Florida. And some things that funds things like Station 24, Station 25, Station 23. So something I really hope the public will consider. But again, I'm really, really happy to see this report. I thank you all for your hard work on this and over the last few years, because this has been a long road to this. But thank you, guys.
Councilwoman Hurtak and Carlson.
So is this a typo? Because it says October 25th substantial completion.
October 25 of 2027.
Okay, yeah, so I would recommend adding those in just because of the confusion about all that.
Sure.
But you said that the
According to-
GMP is under estimate. What is it?
So the construction value of the facility, again, you got to think about hard costs and soft costs for the total project budget, was a little bit more than $16.6 million.
16.6?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, that was quick and easy, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Well, congratulations, and thank you for the update. We appreciate it.
you.
You didn't have any questions for the contractor?
I guess not.
Okay.
No, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Jose, you got off again.
Thank you for your patience.
All
Okay.
right, thank you.
We finished that. It is 12:30. Let's just do 1 hour, please. 1:30 back from lunch, and it should be a quick afternoon. I don't think it's gonna take that long.
Oh, well.
I'm sorry, I should not have said that, yeah. So we're at lunch. I'd like to call this meeting of Tampa City Council back to order. Sue Lynn, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtak.
Here.
Young. Vieira. Carlson. And Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Okay, we had made a motion prior to breaking for lunch that we would resume discussions of item number 53 after lunch. Item number 53, do you all have anything else to add to your presentation?
Okay, Deputy Chief Patrick Messmer, Tampa Police Department. Again, the only thing, council, that I would ask is, I know this is the first reading of this ordinance. Our goal is to protect students and make our school zone safer. So if there's anything that we can do between now and the second reading to answer any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer those. But if this gets continued, if this gets pushed along, any moment that gets continued means that those are extra days where we don't have these cameras in our school zones, no matter what those school zones are. So again, I would just ask that we pass this amendment to the ordinance, and then if there's anything that we can do, we will do that for you before the second reading.
Councilman Vieira, then Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I mean, I'm prepared, if I may, at the discretion of the chair, obviously after discussion and so forth, I would ask for consent to go ahead and read this ordinance and go ahead and pass it again. There's a bunch of issues that we're discussing now that essentially talk about the potential misuse of this ordinance, and I don't think the potential misuse of the ordinance should preclude the reasonable use and proper use of this ordinance on something that's very important to a lot of communities on issues of safety for children. So I'll be prepared to do that if I may, and I would make that motion whenever the time's appropriate.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
And I completely agree with you, Councilwoman Vieira, except for the fact that these flock cameras have been used for not their purpose. And that's the concern. The concern here isn't school safety. Like, we all believe in school safety. But over lunch break, I found the original RFP that was put out in May of 2024, where Vero Mobility won that. And that contract, for whatever reason, those people didn't work out. But the thing is, Red Speed was not the second highest responsible bidder. It was the third. So I want to know why we didn't go with the second responsible bidder. What was the rationale behind that? And I mean, I understand. I don't think eye rolling is appropriate here. So that wasn't okay. But also, these are legitimate questions to be asked. So why didn't you go with Novoa Global Incorporated instead? Because generally, if the first RFP bidder doesn't work, you go to the second one.
Hi, Mike Schmidt, Assistant City Attorney. When we reached out to the public the first time around, did the public education campaign when we were going with Vieira, a lot of people, including the bill sponsor of this law, approached and said they wish that the county and the city were uniform and had the same company being utilized throughout the entire county to help make sure there was not confusion. And once the contract for Vieira had to get terminated because of issues that between us and the vendor that just couldn't get solved, it was clear that the best and most effective way to move forward was Red Speed, because one, it would provide consistency throughout the entire county. Two, it would make sure that this was actually moving forward in a quick and timely fashion, and Red Speed had been a vendor that had already been operating in the state of Florida, including the county at that point, successfully. So we felt that Red Speed offered the piggyback agreement, and we could piggyback off the contract. So we felt that made the most sense at the time, given all the facts.
Okay, but Chief Bennett, just curiously, how often do we have an RFP that if the first person doesn't work out, that we leapfrog to the third?
John Bennett, Chief of Staff. I can't answer that in that context, Councilwoman, but what I can say is that it's my understanding that when this contract was pulled back, it was for a gap in between what our expectations were, as opposed to the RFP being implemented with number one, number two, or number three for whatever the purpose was in the purchasing. But I also understand too, from doing this in the past, that there is a continuity effect. And I don't know where that fit into their equation, but the continuity between city and county for the public has a value proposition to it, plus timing. If they're trying to get it in for the school year, that could have been one of the reasons. I don't know any of those, but to go from 1 to 3 in a leapfrog, I'd have to research that and give you a hard data answer.
So that's my curiosity, because here it says, yes, we want to integrate with Hillsborough. The problem is the integration with Hillsborough, and I went back and read the Hillsborough County RFP, and all it does is talk about how it integrates with Flock. It's the only one that integrates with Flock. And again, throughout the country, all we've heard is that Flock is integrating with ICE. And we can say we don't want it all we want, but clearly that's what they're good at. And that's what they're known for. So that's the concern that we're hearing from our citizens that we don't want to continue with.
Sure. And I understand that, and I think one other point with the timing of the RFP, I think we would have had to go out to RFP again because of the amount of time that had elapsed. I don't think we could have, a year later, moved on to the second bidder. And one of the issues with Flock, if it's a concern, I know we can get a affidavit from Red Speed that they will not send any of our data to Flock. They will not integrate with Flock in any way, specifically with our contract, if that is something that would make anybody on council feel better.
You know, obviously there's lots of different issues. My biggest issue, of course, it's just the camera enforcement as general. And I look at it, if you look at the amount of revenue anticipated from this particular contract, if we were generating that revenue, we could afford to have police officers and cars out there doing these types. We could actually have officers out there doing this type of enforcement. So that's part of, I don't get why we're going to rely on cameras instead of our law enforcement action. And I have to expect that big old police car sitting there, as we know, because there's a strategy from the police of parking cars places to slow people down in general. That's part of our strategy. Why are we splitting revenue with a vendor and not using our own police force to enforce our laws? I mean, this is really, honestly, privatizing enforcement action to cameras that you can't cross-examine is just a slippery slope for me. I just institutionally just have a problem with that. I see Chief Bennett wants to discuss something.
And John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Not to guide one way or the other, but just some points out from doing this before. So, currently the police department handles about 500,000 calls a year. So a lot of these things would be complaint driven. The school would complain, the public would complain, and then they would do their enforcement. I don't want to speak for their current deployments, but that's typically how it would be, a reactive kind of state. The one thing with the cameras, as a consideration is it's not a moving violation. There's students that drive to school, and of course we know the curve on student driving. And the beauty of that is, as a parent, I'd rather get a $100 non-moving violation to teach my child not to speed as opposed to get a moving violation from something else. Plus the warning period, everything, hopefully everything reduces right out of the gate, because now you have them there, they know it's there. Most drivers drive school zones every day by habit. Either they're dropping students off or that's their route. So their learning curve on this is going to be completely different, I think, in other types of enforcement. So it's just that trade-off of time and energy, and then using the resources to improve it from an engineering point of view. Those are just things to consider from my experience.
Yeah, if I get to a yes on this particular read, it's the only thing I'm going to get to yes is knowing that I can get to a no with the second one, and also the fact that you have that cancellation policy in it. So if that is, and that is, you're telling me 100% fact that without cause we could terminate. So if we find there's some problematic issues, or whatever it is, that we can revoke this contract.
Yes, sir, and I can show you the copy of the page that would allow the termination if you would wish. So under item 27B, termination without cause, it's, we're piggybacking, so as you know, it says the sheriff, but it shall have the right to terminate the agreement without cause by providing the contractor with 30-day calendar days notice. So we do have a termination above it with, by mutual agreement, then without cause, and then for cause. But we could exercise it without cause with both of
Yes,
those.
Mr. Shelby.
The question is then, who has the authority to act on that? And I would say that that is an administrative function. I don't know whether council can direct the mayor to rescind a contract. I don't know, I can research that. But when you authorize the mayor to sign it, she represents the city.
Councilwoman Hurt,
No,
did you
he
want to
has-
speak?
Yeah, he had it.
So Carlson, Miranda, then her.
So you talked a few times about the termination clause, but is there a penalty if, let's say in September, they put all 36 of these in place, and a month later we decide to cancel, do we have to pay for some fees to move them?
I know the last contract for Vera had some language similar to that. I'm not familiar that this one has that language, but I will research that now.
And then the other thing, just to repeat again, the contract was approved a few months ago, the ordinance was approved a few months ago, so this is adding locations outside of East Tampa.
Expansion.
And so expansion, but they're not all in East Tampa, which was one of the concerns. The problem is that the contract and the ordinance were already approved, so if we do nothing, they'll end up with fewer. The administration, as Marty was just saying, the administration already has the authority from us to go ahead and implement a smaller number of these, mostly in East Tampa. And we may be getting a few more of them, but we're going to be able to take it out of East Tampa. It sounds like what we should do is have another conversation about all the things that we want in, and then edit the ordinance all at once at a different time. Otherwise, if I have a choice of having them if the administration is going to deploy them all in East Tampa or spread them out throughout the city, I would vote to have it spread out instead of concentrating in East Tampa. If we could roll back time, we might have all voted differently, but we are where we are right now. We can't probably undo the mayor's contract, but we could change the ordinance, and then the contract would have to adhere to it, I guess.
And I think what you need to do, I have not seen the contract, but the question is, how is it renewed? Does that have to come to council? And if this city council has issues with the contract, and it's a piggyback contract, and it's a Hillsborough County issue, then maybe this council can communicate with Hillsborough County their concerns with this contract. So that contract could be amended when it comes up for renewal, if that's council's pleasure.
I also want to make sure, because we keep repeating this, but I want to see, because we didn't have the past contract with the camera locations. Are we actually reducing taking from some schools and moving to others?
Yes,
Or are
sir.
we just expanding?
We are removing as well.
How many, did you get the map of the old camera locations?
No, sir. But there were six schools were being removed, and 6 schools are remaining.
So if this survives and comes back, I'd like to see the comparison of the two. So just FYI. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. In fact, during lunch, I didn't get the call. The aide got the call from a crossing guard on the corner of Tampa Bay Boulevard and MacDill. He said, please bring back the cameras. The speeding has gone way far above what it was before the cameras was taken out. That's what he told her. That's all I'm gonna say.
When did we have cameras?
The other thing was, the other company was
the
there.
other contractor.
But I don't think it was in.
It wasn't in place, yeah.
So that's the bottom line question that Mr. Shelby asked, that is actually my question. Who has the authority to renew the contract? Is this a contract that comes back to us for renewal? Because there are quite a few that do. Or is this a contract that's administratively approved? And that's what the answer that I need before I can vote on this.
Councilman Veer.
No, I think Mr.
Oh. Okay, I'm sorry.
Justin Vasky, Legal Department. This contract would be under the $200,000 threshold that's in our city code, so the renewal would not come back in front of city council.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilman Veer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. May we go ahead and vote on this? Any objection if I make the motion and see where it goes?
You're a member of Tampa City Council. You can make any motion you'd like.
Thank you, sir. So if I may, council, I'm going to make this again. This doesn't preclude anything else. So if I may, I'm going to read ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance of the City of Tampa, Florida, amending City of Tampa Code of Ordinances, Chapter 14, Section 14-56, subsection F, designation of school zones, by striking and adding site location for installation and operation of school zone speed enforcement cameras within the city and providing an effective date.
I have a motion from Councilman Vieira. I have a second from Councilman Miranda. Roll call, please.
Viera.
Yes. You want to speak to it first?
Yeah, I just want to say again, I'm going to vote yes because I voted against the contract with Red Speed or whatever it was. I'm going to vote yes just because I want it spread out instead of all in East Tampa, but I'm open to other things we can do to modify this outside of it.
Okay, clerk, call the roll, please.
Viera. Yes. Carlson. Yes. Miranda.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Yes. Hurtak.
I'm also going to vote yes, just to move them around, but I have another motion after this.
Young.
Only because I want to make sure our students are safe. But I need you all to understand that we have a serious problem with this, and I meant what I said about, as a city, we need to be more innovative of thinking about how we're going to keep our children safe, because we don't have to always divert just straight to cameras. But because I want to make sure that our children are safe, and I agree that we should spread it amongst the city, but we need to be more innovative and think of other ways. Yes.
Clendenin.
For issues that I've already stated and in concurrence with Councilwoman Young, I vote no.
All right. Motion carried with Clendenin voting no. Second reading and adoption will be held on July 16, 2026 at 10 o'clock a.m. in City Council Chambers, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So during the time between first and second reading, first of all, I'm going to be listening to the public clearly on this. So if I hear from the public that they don't want this, my vote will change. But also, I want to hear from the administration, after what we've heard from the public, what they are willing to do to end this contract early and enter with a company that is not Flock supported. I'm going to ask for a motion for the legal department and TPD to come back and find out what it would take for us to find any other purveyor of this technology that does not work with Flock. Yep. And I want that to come back whenever this second reading is coming back. July 16th.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. I have a second from Councilwoman Young. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you very much. He's busy. I just want to make sure what I heard earlier, that this company was willing to write into the tape that they cannot give any tape or anything to ICE or whatever it is. An affidavit.
Again,
Can
Deputy
we
Chief
do
Patrick
that in the
Mesmer, Tampa
interim-
Police.
In the interim?
The company is willing to enter into an affidavit saying that they will not share our data.
Can
with
you please send it to the company?
And you would like that?
Yeah, is that a motion? I'll
Yes,
second
that's
it.
a motion, yes.
I have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Did everybody understand that motion?
Can you restate it if you don't mind?
I forgot what I said.
I know-
I do that. It was that.
For Red Speed to create an affidavit attached to this contract saying they will not
Yes.
share any information with Flock.
Yes.
Well, they-
During the entire, the length of the, whatever the contract, including any sort of continuations that may happen.
Let's be clear, we're having staff to obtain that affidavit from Red Speed.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Staff too.
Yes. We have a motion from Councilman Miranda. We have a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And
Ayes
if I
have
may,
it.
Mr. Chair,
Councilman Vieira.
thank you. And so
And then
Councilman
Carlson to finish this up.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for that, Councilman Miranda, because I wanted to make inquiries on directly from the company on this issue. So to me, these two motions come together to say, what do they do? What is their policy? What are they willing to do? And so forth, which of course I'm totally good with, and I'm sure we'll get a good response. But yeah, so thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Councilman Carlson, thank you for your patience.
While we have everybody here and we're talking about this issue, can I just quickly make a statement about 59, make a motion, and that would be the end of 59?
Yeah, can I say one more thing on this
Well,
first?
hold on 1 second. Let me look.
59 is about, what I want to do is make a motion that they're estimating in the first year that there would be $14.7 million in revenues, net of $4.7
Okay,
million.
hold on. So I'm going to say, let's move past 53. We've already passed it. We're done.
I have one more thing to say. One more motion.
But I think it's,
Well, that would technically be new business, but since we've already violated that, I guess we can continue.
But this is-
Okay.
yeah,
Go
it's
ahead,
all-
Councilman Carlson, go ahead.
no, it's all related because one of the concerns also is by the community is that this is a cash grab. The mayor said on TV yesterday that it's not a cash grab. And so the legislation, the enabling legislation says that the $10 million net that the city is projecting it would get in the first year can be used for school safety or public safety. And so I'd like to make a motion, I can read it, I'd like to make a motion that it would narrowly be used for school safety and ask the, Emily says there are experts like Adam in the mobility department who know exactly what need to be done around schools. And so like Councilmember Young was saying, we can put solutions, with this money, we can put solutions at other schools that warn people to slow down that aren't just punitive. Because the idea, should I just read the motion real fast?
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
a second, so now it's open for conversation.
Yeah, but I was gonna make can you ask, he hasn't read the motion yet.
He just said it, and he
No,
just
no,
seconded
he
it.
asked, said, can you read the motion? He hasn't read the motion, he just talked about it, he didn't read the motion. So-
I was just trying to explain it.
Yeah, he was explaining it. Councilman Carlson, would you please, if you have a motion, would you please read the motion?
Yeah, just, and there's some language in here that Emily Hinsdale helped me with. So it's motion to ask legal and mobility to return, I picked August 6th, we can pick something sooner if they can, with a draft ordinance that would require that school zone camera penalty funds be used solely for mobility infrastructure in school zones to deter speeding.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Carlson, I have a second from Councilman Maniscalco.
I thought it was Miranda.
Oh, was it
Yeah.
Miranda? Okay, Miranda.
But so my only concern with this is going back to the idea that signs aren't always the best, and that instead of signs, we work, like Ms. Hinsdale talked about, on narrowing the roads, providing better crosswalks. That would be my preference. I mean, I'd like to hear from staff, but they've made it clear that signs aren't the best use of that money.
So Emily talked about this, and I could put a list in here, but I think it's better just to let the staff do it. But, kind of road narrowing around there, elevated crosswalks, triangle signs. The signs, bigger signs by themselves have about a 20% impact. So that's about half as much as these red light cameras do. Without people having to pay fines. And remember, the point is if we're collecting $14.7 million in fines, that means however many that is, 100, anyway, if you divide that by 100, a lot of people, 147,000 or whatever people are driving through school zones, putting lives in danger. And so what we need is a better package all around these school zones. And Emily says that our department has the expertise on how to do it. And so all this is saying is that we'd like an ordinance or a modification of an ordinance to require that any proceeds go there. There are a lot of other needs in public safety, but this specifically, since it's being taken from school zones, it should be used to help protect kids and families in school zones.
Okay, also, talking about this, AAA has a robust school safety program, and I mean, multi-layered. I think that it's something that our staff should be working, because it's already existing, it's fairly renowned, and it's robust. They're embedded in many schools, and I think that they could probably work with AAA as well, as a nonprofit.
And I said this earlier, just the education campaign, depending on how it's done, could actually Gainesville has done this very successfully. The right education campaign can reduce speeding by 10 or 15%. So they're already on their way to doing that. If we can.
Yeah, that's a different culture of a city, though. That's a city that overall, no, I mean, that city overall is education focused because of the university. So they, by and large, they approve every single, tax increase in that county because of schools by insane 80% margins.
So that's just one example, but if you look at the studies overall, there are different levels. So what we want to do is, instead of the cameras by themselves only get max probably to 46%, we need to get to 100. What we want to do is prevent people from speeding, and most importantly, prevent lives.
Okay,
from
so
being-
I have a motion, I have a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. Councilman Bureau.
Thank you. Councilman Carlson, sorry. I intend to support this, but I want to make sure, I believe this is so. Your motion intends to have revenue go to all school zones and not just those specific ones from where the revenue was collected, correct? Okay, good. Just making sure.
Comprehensive program. And again, I think that we should do some coordination with AAA on this as well, with the.
And the school boards.
Yeah, exactly.
And all of us can talk to Adam and staff.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Hearing no further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
So I have my first question was, was there a date on the motion for the affidavit? If not, I'd like to amend Councilman Miranda's motion to add it to be July 18th to go along with.
That would be inappropriate. We would have to have a motion to reconsider to be able to do that.
Okay, so
And we
motion
have
to
be-
reconsider.
Would have to be somebody that voted.
No. This is the secondary. His motion was to bring an affidavit back?
Yeah, for the staff to
Yes.
get the affidavit, but then make it as a secondary motion, not as an
Okay,
amendment.
so my secondary motion is to have it come back on July 18th, the
Second.
affidavit.
Okay.
Oh, 16th.
I'm not coming on Saturday.
Sure, okay, 16th. Then I think we said the other date wrong too, but maybe, okay, so July 16th.
So I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Is that correct? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
And my secondary motion is to ask staff by July 16th to come back with any other contracts with different vendors that we might be able to piggyback on, other than Red Speed.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. I have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, July 16th. And again, if folks want to come to me and talk about it beforehand, I'd love to do that.
Okay, hearing no further discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
And then I have one more thing that goes with speed, and then I'm done with
Oh,
speed.
you're absolutely killing me.
No, this
Go
is
ahead.
so important because
Go ahead.
after I started doing ride-alongs with TPD, it really made me realize, A, the white stop bar is a big deal. Got to stop there. If you don't stop there, they'll pull you over. But then when I started doing that, I started realizing that I'm part of the problem. If anybody up here, anybody in the audience complains about speeding, you have to stop and think, am I speeding? And the answer to all of us, 95% of us, the answer is yes. So I've actually worked really hard to actually go the speed limit. And so I challenge all of you to do that.
Is that a motion?
No, it's just a challenge because it's
Well,
hard to do.
By
It's
the way, I
very
am marking
hard.
this time because in my household, we have an argument about those white bars, and because I insist on the white bars, and we have arguments about those white bars.
You have to. I mean, every
So
ride along
if
I've
you're-
done with
If
TPD.
you're listening in at my house at 2:08 PM, listen to Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yeah, in regards
Councilman Maniscalco.
to the speeding, and I mentioned this before, through my insurance company, there's a program called Drive Safe. And there's a transponder in the car that sticks to the windshield, and it monitors hard braking, acceleration, everything. And also touching, picking up your phone and looking at it and whatnot. It's made me a better driver, and it gives you a discount on your insurance. So it's not just to be safe, there's an incentive financially. I mean, I think it saves me for the next 6 months, maybe $300, $400, it depends, because it monitors every time you drive. But, I accept your challenge, but I also have the software.
I'm not putting a transponder in my car.
It saves money.
just saying.
Well, but, it works.
That ain't happening. Okay, just to clean this up so we don't forget, item number 19 on the consent agenda was pulled. Can we, what? Yes, we're done. 53 has got a nail on it.
Thank you.
Can I just say my thing about 19?
Yes, please. We saved this for you. You were
Yeah,
out sick.
thank you. Yeah, sorry, I got pulled out a couple times. On 19, I've known Morris Massey for 35 years, whatever. I think he's great. I think he's a fantastic attorney. Nothing against him. But the negotiation with the Rays has hit a hard shift now. And it's time for the administration to bring city council in. I don't know whether they're going to use the CRA going forward or if they're going to do something else. But the administration needs to bring city council and all of it. If you want to count to four, if you count to four, fine. But city council has to be a part of it. If on the city side, if the charter doesn't require it, it's just advocacy 101 to get city council involved. If this project doesn't go through, a big part of it's going to be because the administration didn't include city council, and especially on the CRA side, which was probably illegal, or at least broke the interlocal agreement that they didn't include us. I'm regularly talking to the Rays, I'm regularly talking to the county. So it's not about getting briefed. There's a difference between getting briefed, and if that getting briefed is being told what you're going to do or what somebody else is going to do. Having somebody ask your opinion is different. And so my thing is that instead of voting on that, which means the administration continues to be in control. By the way, it doesn't, as I could tell in the contract, it doesn't address CRA at all. So there shouldn't be a presumption that he's going to negotiate on behalf of the CRA without CRA's approval. But what we should do is get the administration to come give us an update at the next meeting or the CRA meeting and tell us what they're doing in the negotiation. This deal is not going to go through without transparency. The county has been transparent. There's lots of conversations going on. The city needs to be transparent and include city council going forward. So I'm going to vote no as this is. My preference is for us to delay this and have the city administration come back and talk about how they're going to include city council and the CRA and be transparent about how they're going to go after this agreement in the future.
Councilman Miranda?
I'm not opposed to the city keeping us updated. We should have an update periodically, once a week, once if there's conversation. If there's any type of conversation or wire or text or whatever, I was here and just 2 weeks ago or whatever when I asked him, is this your final offer that you can do any better? He said, no, this is what we have to have, or something to that degree. And that's what they said. So I don't know where the conversation is at. I don't know where the project is at. I don't think any one of us does. Maybe we do, but I don't. I don't know about the rest of us six. But I'm not against conversation, but I should be at least included in the conversation.
Because they said, let's bring us back to what item number 19 is. Item number 19 is not about the raise. I mean, it's about having an employee or a contract employee available to negotiate with the city. So this is, I mean, you could strike through the Tampa Bay Rays and Stadium and put anything in there. It's this cities, governments, private organizations routinely, once someone departs their employment, will bring people back in as subject matter experts under contract. And that, I mean, that's, I mean, in my adult life, I've lived a long time and been involved in many different organizations. This is common practice. So this particular item, number 19, is strictly about using someone who has subject matter expertise that put their time in with the city, elected for whatever reason to depart the city, but we still have a need for that subject matter expertise, and it gives the city an opportunity to bring them back as a contractor to provide services. And that's all 19 is. I mean, unless staff has any further clarification, did I surmise that correctly?
Thank you. Kate Wells with the legal department. Yes, as you all know, Mr. Massey has been with the city for a long time. We're not going to be filling the position that he retired from. And this is an opportunity for the city to continue to benefit from his experience, expertise, and knowledge. So to the extent that the discussion about the raise, it's not that the negotiations would be delegated to Mr. Massey. He would be available to the city to provide legal advice to the city and to assist as legal issues come up, if that helps.
And this is maybe more appropriate for Mr. Bennett, because you know, we're in the waning hours of an administration that we've done due to term limits. It's not uncommon for employees to depart in the last year, and we don't necessarily want to backfill positions waiting, you know, and it'd be even difficult to backfill for positions because we've got another administration that may want to move in a different direction. So this is kind of a win-win under those circumstances, is it not?
John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Yeah, I think the legal department summed it up well, that in this transitional space, Morris, I would walk in his office and the papers were, I mean, stacked up everywhere. He's got his hands in so much, and his expertise and guidance through these things. It's a very pro-city effort, you know, so I just think it's a good maneuver to get through the transition space, and he's been instrumental in putting up all the guardrails that we came in and talked about, even in that one specific topic, so.
Okay.
Can I just follow up once?
Yeah, Councilman Carlson, then
If
Councilman
you,
Miranda.
if you set aside that it's Morris, who we all love, we're deciding to spend $200,000 potentially to further negotiate the raise contract. It's been negotiated in secret for years, not with this owner, but with the new owner. And what I would suggest is we put this on hold for a couple weeks, let the administration come back and tell us holistically what they're planning to do and how they're gonna include us in the community in the negotiation, and then what role Morris plays, and then we can approve it then. But if we approve this $200,000 now, then we hand it to them completely.
Councilman Miranda, then Councilman.
Thank you. And along the same lines, it says reasonably required by the city attorney and so forth, up to 200,000. I understand that, so it could be much less. It can't be any more, but it could be much less. However, I would like to see in there the word CRA. It's not specifically said it that way, but other matters could be that. But I would be more at ease, or the public should be more at ease if it included CRA. He was certainly an expert here for many years here, and he knows certainly about matters of land development. He did that for many years when he was with Hillsborough and Henderson and when he was here. So, I mean, all those things fit in together, so I'm just listening, and maybe the administration could put CRA in whatever legal matters are necessary. But somebody's got to answer us at some point in time what's going on. People ask me a question, I don't have an answer. I tell them, I don't know what's going on. And I don't mean personally, I mean, they don't share no information, either side.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I restate what Councilman Carlson has said and others have said about Mr. Massey, which is, he's one of the many amazing lawyers, a partner at Hillward Henderson, who were brought here, Ms. Wells from Shoemaker and Trentham before, I believe, Ms. Susan Johnson-Velez, a former Hillsborough County Bar Association president, among Andrew Zellman, many good attorneys, David Harvey, among many other really good attorneys brought on. So obviously that's something that's not in dispute here. However, I'm voting obviously for this, and here's a couple of reasons why. Number one, there is assistance needed on this area that Mr. Massey is uniquely fit for and so forth. And like I've said before, whenever it comes to issues with the raise deal, I filed a motion to intervene, which was granted, okay, with good results on things that I cared about with the raise. And I said, hey, look, guys, what do y'all, picked up the phone, dialed, and go, what are y'all doing on police and fire? Here's what I want. This is what's important to me. And that's it. And I would say that the same thing from here going on, and that if there's a policy issue or something that and I talk to the Rays and their representatives on concerns that I have, very, very big concerns that I've had in the past and so may have in the future and so forth. So I would just say, look, file a motion to intervene. It will be granted, and that's it. So I'll be voting for this. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to bring people back to focus of what this resolution is. This resolution isn't about whether we're keyed in, keyed out, what all those other superfluous things. This is solely about whether the city has access to a subject matter expert to be able to deal with issues that the city is facing with. So this is just about authorizing the city to bring Mr. Massey back to provide his subject matter expertise. All the other stuff is superfluous. This is just giving that authorization. Okay? Anything further to add, Ms. Wells?
As Councilman Miranda stated, this is not a contract for $200,000. Right. That is the maximum price, and that is the maximum amount council has included in all other contracts for outside counsel. So this is your form. We don't anticipate having it. It's not funded to $200,000. So it's just that's the maximum. And with regard to the other topics, we thought it would be better to limit the areas he would be assisting the city with. That would give council greater, less concern that it was just going to be open-ended. So the intent was when Mr. Massey worked for the city, he worked on more complex real estate transactional matters. And because we're not going to be filling that position, to have him available to assist as needed, I think is of great benefit to the city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hearing no further discussion, can I get somebody to move the resolution?
I would still like to see CRA body in the body of this thing that's not here. And I would, any other, I would never know what's going on.
I disagree because we have a CRA attorney now. And that is who we're supposed to be working with. And while Morris has that experience, he is not speaking, the city is not speaking for the CRA.
I mean, again, I think it's kind of above and beyond what this particular resolution is. Okay, can I get somebody to move the resolution? So, I have a motion from Councilman Viera, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Motion carried with Carlson voting no.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. We're back to staff reports. We're at 60, is that right? 60. Yeah. 62. We're just not hearing it. We'll just read it, and then we'll do all the discussion next time.
Good afternoon, Justin Vasky, Legal
59
Department.
received and filed.
This is with regards to item 60 on the agenda, which is a motion that staff be requested report on June 4th as to creating a rule or ordinance that would require city departments to create an interdepartmental agreement approved by city council in advance of transferring money. Under Florida contract law, a binding contract requires 3 elements: offer, acceptance, and consideration, along with a meeting of the minds between the parties. The requirement of 2 distinct parties is implicit. The City of Tampa is a single municipal corporation, i.e. single party, and a legal entity that's under Chapter 166 Florida statutes. City departments are divisions of the city and do not possess a separate legal existence. Because the departments are not separate legal entities, an agreement between 2 city departments is legally equivalent to the city entering into an agreement with itself. Florida courts have held that municipal departments lack a separate legal existence from the municipality itself. So therefore, even if an interdepartmental agreement were approved by city council and signed by the mayor, the fundamental problem still remains. There are not 2 separate legal parties to the agreement, and city council approval cannot create a second contracting party where none exists. Therefore, any interdepartmental agreement has no legal effect. And that is all.
Very good. Councilman Carlson, do you have any questions on this? This was your motion.
I think that's an interesting way for not blaming you, but I think it's an interesting way for the administration to shoot it down. But the reality is that big companies will have an interdepartmental agreement if the parade budget, which hopefully we'll be creating, will. God, we're gonna have a fight over that too, just like we did the convention center. You know, last week I said the administration, every time I bring up the transparency in the convention center, they send out a press release. And then what did they do later in the day? They sent out a press release justifying the convention center. It's so petty and childish. I just don't understand this. This is something so easy that the water department or whatever department, the parade department should not be able to use stormwater staff without an agreement between them, just like the water department can't use the tree fund without an agreement between it. It doesn't have to be a legally binding agreement. It's you can call it intent or whatever, but the bottom line is this mayor, this administration doesn't want transparency in anything, and they're going to keep kicking the ball down the road. They're going to fight everything over the next 12 months. What we need to do as a city council is not give them the votes they need. Voting on that just now gives them the right to go back and negotiate the raise. The raise deal is going to die because of that. And this city is going to continue to be mismanaged because of lack of transparency because of this. So I'll give up on 60.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 61.
I have a whole lot I want to say about this one, which is along the same lines, but I'll let the chief of staff speak first.
John Bennett, Chief of Staff, could you bring up the presentation, please? All right. Again, John Bennett, Chief of Staff. Obviously, the particular motion was to be focused, speak to council employees about how this administration will protect employees from retaliation by the administration. Just want to put a little preamble before I'm going to highlight some of the things in the deck and then, of course, open up for questions. First of all, I want to thank council for bringing this up because truthfully, it's no matter how much we support things through prevention, education, and other processes, it's critical that everybody in the large organization knows what these opportunities are. We always have room to get better, We do have an integrated government model. Just for example, when I welcome new employees every other week and talk about the holistic side of the city and the branches of government and everything else, I remind those employees that on paper, we're equivalent to about a Fortune 1000 company. But because we have so many departments, so many divisions, 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, it really brings us down into the lower Fortune 100 companies because of our breadth of work. And so the complexity of that model and that large government thing. But we really want to focus on, again, prevention, intaking investigations, and making sure that any disposition goes through the due process model in this space. So just some broad understanding of who the stakeholders are internally. Human Resources Department has 6 divisions. One of them is the Employee Relations Division. We're organized uniquely. A lot of organizations have a separate Human Relations Department as opposed to being integrated into one. I have said to council in the past that our numbers of human resources for the size of government are lower than what the ratings typically are as for the percentage of people. But then we also have the legal department involved, and we also have city audit, and I'll explain some of that in a little bit. So that from there, I'd like to go into the definition, so we're all focused on the legal definition, and for that, I have the legal department city assistant attorney, Rebecca Johns, going to explain the definition.
Good afternoon, Rebecca Johns, Legal Department. So retaliation is often used as a broad term, but retaliation is actually a very specific cause of action. Retaliation occurs when an employer takes a material adverse employment action against an employee or an applicant, and that action is taken because that employee participated in protected activity, which is equal opportunity laws, or because they provided protected information under the Florida Whistleblowers Act. So in order to have retaliation, you have to have participation in that underlying claim.
Thank you, Rebecca. So with that, that leads us from the legal definition into what's already exists in the personnel manual, and we'll get into the training and education. But this is not only in our personnel manual, but it's accessible to all 5,000 folks that have employee numbers here. Of course, the underlying aspects of the training and the definitions all happen through that training environment. So what's interesting is we were able to hire a very talented training division head, Sabrina Lewis, who is PhD out of a great curriculum background, and she's the one that kicks off the new employee training, policy attestation upon this is a citywide compliance standard. There's no getting out of this process for the new employees. Equal opportunity training, so all the employees. Now, the number you'll see here could be different than our FTE count. FTEs and actual bodies are completely different numbers. So when you see 5,000 and 4,900, that's the difference on that. And then there's also situations where there's one-on-one training to make sure that everybody understands. But again, in a broad city environment, there is a significant effort put into this space right from the onset. This is also a critical part, as I mentioned, part of the prevention education to make sure there's a layered approach towards intaking. Several years ago, I worked with the city audit department to expand their hotline, which can be also anonymous. That number is posted, and it's also educated with every audit process. Ms. Vivian Walker's here, who just became the audit director. If you have any questions, she's here to answer how that works. So those things those are one possibility of intaking. Of course, any allegations start out by employee relations, but again, it's a layered process. So, as a reminder, 75% of our employees are in a union. So a lot of union advocacy sits in here for all sides of the equation. And of course, that can really reach the employee relations aspect as well. And then from there, it goes into an investigative realm. Substantiation or dispositions have hard-coded disciplinary options. We make sure that when those reach that level, that it is a complete executive review, not just a single lane of traffic, because what we don't want is one department is doing one thing and another department is doing something else, and then we work towards consistency in all the process as much as we can. But again, that takes an effort. I put this in as background because I wanted to be as transparent as possible about the numbers. So if you're a data person and you want to look at the scale and scope, but as far as where we are in the point in time, I can either walk through this or you can ask me questions about it, but I wanted to make sure for council and the public that you see from the authorized strength numbers how our hiring sequence has been over the last fiscal year realm of this administration, and some of the separation categories that happen in the city. Again, just more for background, not specifically for the motion. And then there's something called workforce exposure, where you take the number of employees and you look over the turnover, how people change in their positions, as well as how many years that they've been on the job. And then from there, you can kind of figure out a ratio, and then you can do other comparators to internal, external, to see where we fit in and what processes we can do better to make sure that we are preventative and doing more education and awareness in this space. Again, in the end, which is what I'm going to get to, is that it's not that we don't have them, it's how we are layered in a process to try and address this and make sure there's multiple avenues of intaking, a coordinated, consistent way to investigate, make sure there's opportunities for escalation, make sure the dispositions are fair for all sides, and then just do the best we can. And we're always open to comments and feedback on how we can do it better. But again, it's you know, in a big workforce, it's something that takes a lot of experience. Our human relations director has over 26 years in this space. All the staff seem to have incredible amount of experience. Our attorney's office is very supportive. We've used outside counsel when necessary on certain cases. So we want to make sure there's a broad spectrum of opportunity to try and make sure that we do prevent without even getting to an investigation or a disposition as much as possible. So with that, I'll just rest on the presentation and open it up for questions.
Councilman Carlson.
Yeah, there's a systemic issue in this administration that goes beyond the transparency issue that I talked about before. And it's really disappointing that the administration doesn't agree to basic transportation. You all say, we want feedback, but then you don't listen to any of it. And I've had many conversations with you, Chief of Staff. I've also had conversations with various city attorneys, but nothing seems to be get done. I think this, I don't know about prior administrations, but I know that this kind of hostile workplace retaliation culture started at least in the last administration. An example is Tanya Vidovic, female pregnant firefighter who faced discrimination. The mayor at the time pretty much said, screw you, and she filed a lawsuit, won $400,000, and then the city decided to appeal. Luckily, they dropped that. And then there was a suit that we found out just a couple years ago because we had to settle it, where the last administration refused to give FMLA coverage for men, for fathers, and so we had to pay $300,000. That was a United States Justice Department investigation. Around the time that I started 7 years ago, there were attacks directly by the administration, the mayor and her staff against me, John Dingfelder, Orlando Goods, using city resources and most attorneys believe an unethical and illegal way to attack city council members. Complaints about that, complaints about individuals who are involved went nowhere. By the way, when I have sent a complaint about some of the mayor's staff to the HR director and the city attorney, the chief of staff responds. And so how are you supposed to have any kind of, how is an employee and the employees of other employees that face the same thing? But about 6 years ago, I think plus or minus 4 attorneys quit, alleging different things. I think one of them filed a lawsuit. 10 or 12 mobility staff quit. One of them, Scarlett Lopez, filed a lawsuit, and we just recently paid a settlement of $350,000. There are at least 2 or 3 that are threatening to file lawsuits again. By the way, in any of these, there were no firings by the administration. Usually if somebody has a pattern of some kind of problems, the administration will fire. So in terms of your data, if people are resigning or retiring or whatever, there's issues with that. Brandon Kane sent us an email this morning. Here's a guy who tried to get a job at Busch Gardens, was run out of there. Then he tried to get a job in another city nearby, was run out of there. Finally had to go Tennessee, tried to get a job in one of the towns in Tennessee, was run out of there because the city staff followed him and trash talked him, and he couldn't get a job. And the beginning of his problems was when he was involved in a political issue that the mayor was trying to settle against one of the council members, one or more of the council members. Ruth Kate, who I won't mention anymore, but just that's out there, and there are others. My point is that it's not just one department, it's across the city. Economic development, we lost 6 or 8 people in economic development. By the way, the mayor tried to blame it on us. She went so far on the day most of them resigned to hold a meeting of her senior staff and say, how do I blame this on city council? And then she asked the chief of staff to go to Henderson, who was the chair of CRA, to ask if she would accept that, and she said no. And this was told to me by several of the mayor's staff, but then I pulled public records and found the documents on it. And so, I mean, it's just abhorrent that there's this attitude of let's go, anybody who dares ask a question, let's go after them. And they're attacks against city council members who are elected by the public. So imagine how an employee feels. And what the employees are told is, we'll go hire a lawyer. Ha, ha, ha. And then they call city council. I've got a bunch of voicemails, which I've given to public records requests before, of employees crying on the phone about the way the mayor has screamed and cursed at them, or somebody else has screamed and cursed at them, or they've mistreated them. And all of it goes through the chief of staff. If you all haven't heard the voicemails, please talk to the public records people, because they have them. We pulled public records on some of the mayor's staff and proven that they've done bad things, and then the mayor sends an email saying, no, we looked at it and they didn't do bad things, but the emails are there. Some of the people who have left under these circumstances were given positive performance reviews. How is that possible? And so, you know, the idea here is, if there is a hostile workplace, or if there is some, I wish the administration would start to do it now, start to address it now. We city council can't fire the mayor. We can't fire the mayor's staff. All we can do is ask the employees of this city deserve better leadership. They deserve real leadership. They deserve to not feel like it's a hostile environment, and that they can operate safely in this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Council have any other questions? Councilwoman Hurtak.
I have something unrelated, but you were supposed to, possibly during your administrative update, talk about the AFT commendations.
The ATU?
I'm sorry, the ATU. God, wow.
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah. Yes.
Well, let's finish this up.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
And then we'll take that as an IOU.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any other questions? If not, I'm going to put this one to bed. Okay, hearing none. Councilwoman Hurtak, he had a question for you, sir.
All right. Okay, if I understand the question, it's spun off from this morning about the ATU. Back when, before President Simon was changed out with the ATU group that's in place now, I worked with his union to create this process, and what we would do is we would cultivate candidates for that award, and then we would get them to him through my office, and then the ATU would make a selection. As you may know, that differs between the other 2 awards that come through police and fire, where they're done inside the department. So I'm told through ATU to HR to my office is that the ATU is looking forward to creating an award-based process. I don't know how long that's going to take. I think they're trying to understand the culture and the way the organization runs to help facilitate that. But since we were doing the process all along, I'm still happy to get the department heads to make recommendations, take them to executive staff for a vote, and then bring them to council if that's council's pleasure. We're already doing that work. ATU is just voting on the recommendation. But that's up to them. If it wants to be an ATU nominated candidate, then we just need to wait for them to finish their process.
I heard.
You have a bargaining unit, I think. Is our head of personnel here? Who's an LMR specialist? Since it's a recognized bargaining unit of the city of Tampa, I believe this would fall within a negotiated right, and I think you'd have to negotiate with the ATU to be able to have that kind of award system.
It is. They are a collective bargaining unit. You are correct, sir.
Start with the name.
Kelly Austin, Director of Human Resources and Talent Development. Sorry about that. When this administration came in, there was no recognition for the ATU. And the administration brought that forward to the ATU at that time and said, you know, we'd like to do something for you as well, because it's police and fire. And the mechanism that they agreed to, that they wanted put in place, was what Chief of Staff had shared with you. And then those candidates were being sent over to the ATU leadership to determine who they wanted recognized. The new trustees, again, are just trying to get their, understanding, I think, of the different departments and what tasks they do and things of that nature. And so they just asked originally, because Councilwoman Hurtak had asked about it, could we pause it for a little bit? And so we reached out and we said, sure, we can do that. Then they came back and said, well, we'll go ahead and get all caught up in June. And then we realized that wasn't going to be feasible, so they wrote again and said, we'd like a little more time, to evaluate. So, it doesn't necessarily have to be something bargained at the table, but we've collaborated with them on this. And so we're just waiting to hear what their desire would be or feedback would be. But we have the ability to award the employees regardless of whether the union wants to or not. But however, but that is not how we do it. We do
you.
work with the unions on these. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you for that caveat.
You're welcome.
Because there's easy ways and there's hard ways.
You got that right.
Yeah.
Yes,
Easy
sir.
ways and hard ways. So, yeah, I mean,
Yes, sir.
I think we should just be patient and wait for the the representatives of the bargaining unit. Yes.
Mr. Chair, what I would suggest is, so that we allow the number of people who would have been recognized to be recognized, is if this was done quarterly, and we missed 2 quarters, then we have it on 2 consecutive months, so that we keep it the same number that should have been.
Again, this is part of the bargaining.
I guess you're right.
Let's
My
let
wishes.
the administration work with ATU, and if that's a proposal that they would like to discuss, maybe they could do that. But Councilman Carlson, you want to say something?
She mentioned that giving an award to ATU was the administration's idea. I seem to remember it was your idea or city council's idea.
I saw it, so may if I may, when she said that, Bill, I saw your head turn. I was like, oh, yeah, I don't care. It's all good.
It was your idea, right? You made the motion and then they responded.
I apologize, Councilman Carlson. What I meant was it was not in place. I apologize.
Yeah, all good. Okay, so we have an understanding that we're going to let the administration work with the new ATU leadership. And then we'll hear back from the results of that. Okay, hearing nothing else, we put that to bed. Thank you, Chief of Staff, and thank you for everybody from to come out for that issue. Mr. Shelby, would you like to discuss 62?
Yes, item 62, Council, is a recommendation regarding amending and restating the rules of procedure governing the meetings of the City Council of the City of Tampa. I've provided you a cover memo. I've provided you a resolution, very simple. I've provided you 2 attachments. One is the clean version, and the other one, B, is the underline and strike through, which shows you the substantive changes. Council, per your council rules 9A, it says these rules of procedures may be amended by a majority vote of the entire council at any regular meeting of the City Council after having been read, the title, at 2 consecutive regular council meetings. This is the first. My request is this, Council, and I unfortunately was not aware that the city attorney was not going to be present. I believe he should be part of this discussion, and I'm going to ask the city attorney to join us in the discussion when it comes back. I ask it then have the title read and then set for June 18th, and then we can discuss that then, and we could have I want you to know, Council, that just as you did this morning, I heard the comments from the public. I'm very sensitive to that. I'd like to address it, and I think it's important that I should point out to you that no fewer than 7 attorneys had a hand in these in creating these recommendations. So it's something that, as the rules state, it has to be done on multiple occasions before you even decide as to whether you're going to accept the recommendations. So this being the first reading, it would give me the opportunity to have the city attorney be able to also give you the context to explain it. Certainly, as I've always said to you, these are not my rules, these are not the administration's rules, these are your rules, and ultimately it's your decision, but I'd like you to hear the context of it, so I'm requesting that it be read by title and set for June 18th.
Okay, is there any objection to me reading the title and setting the hearing? So I move file number E2026-48, a resolution amending.
You don't even have to do that, sir.
I don't have to read it?
No, you have to read the title and then
Okay.
just set the date. You don't have to move it, it's not a motion. It's a motion to set the date for June 18th. All you have to do is just read the title. You are not affirming.
Just the file number?
No, the title of the resolution. Do you have the resolution in front of you? It should be on the agenda.
Okay, okay, so I'm reading the title of Resolution Amending and Restating City Council's Rules of Procedures.
But you have to read the title in full, please.
What title?
Item number 62.
Resolution amending and restating the rules of procedure governing the meetings of the City Council of the City of Tampa to primarily address public participation within the limited public forum created to conduct official public business, providing, well, I don't have to read
Well, you
that.
you.
On
that's-
June 18th.
Well, providing an effective date. And
Yeah,
that would be-
providing an effective date and
But-
setting the hearing to happen on June 18th.
Why don't we do this then? That's just reading the title. Now, having read the title, why don't you just make a motion to have it set again for June 18th? So that way, none of you are now taking any action on the title itself. What you're doing is just reading it procedurally to comply with Rule 9A, because I don't want you to be able to be, I don't want you to think that you're voting on this now in its present form.
We understand.
I just want the public to understand that as well.
So we're, a motion to set the next reading on June 18th, 2026.
First reading. There is no reading. You can't say next reading.
Reading it for the second time, this will be per Rule 9A, you will have, after you read it the second time, you will have read at 2 consecutive regular council meetings. Then you can decide whether you want to take action on the resolution.
Okay, so a motion is to set it of June 18th, 2026. Is there a second? Second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Mr. Shelby, just for a record, that's what I was about to do when you stopped me.
Oh, I didn't realize I was about to stop you. I was
Yeah,
throwing
but,
you-
no, when I was doing it, I was about to read that, and I was like.
Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry. But I just wanted to be, this is not like reading an
Yeah.
ordinance. This
No, I
is not like
understand.
moving it. And
So
the
my
only- and this is-
mistake was saying I moved
Right.
it. Yeah,
It's
okay.
that's exactly right, because basically, this is per your rules on how you amend your rules of procedure.
Is that
That's
a
why it's on
normal
your thing.
thing? Because it seems weird to me.
Well, what it does is it prevents accusations of it being not transparent.
But is that a normal, because I've never seen that
It's
procedure.
this, I want you to know, this predates me. These were
Okay.
the existing rules
Wow,
from
that's
prior
really-
to 2004.
that's really old.
Yes, it really is.
Okay. Well, that concludes our regularly scheduled program. New business. Mr. Carlson.
I'd like to make a motion to ask the clerk to include Jamie Adair's documents in file number CM 26-21881, so they carry forward to the time we'll be discussing in the future.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, a second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
One other quick thing. I'm getting complaints that during the water shortage that the city is planting new trees on Bayshore Boulevard, which presumably requires water to be put in them. I haven't seen this myself, but I'm getting complaints about it.
I drive it every day. Yeah, I haven't seen either. I don't know. Okay. So what I'm hearing Councilman Carlson says he's against planting new trees.
I'm in favor of new trees. But in the middle, we ought to do it. We ought to do it during the middle of rainy season, not when we're having it.
Councilman Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 quick ones, if I may. First off, for July 30th, I wish to have a written report for motion, or strike that, for city staff to prepare a written report for evaluating the feasibility of establishing a dog park in the Forest Hills area, specifically near Babes Harris.
That's a good idea. Motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
And second, if I may, so I want to be clear on this, because a lot of us have gotten emails on and calls on this Marti Cologne issue, and we've been told in private conversations that there's essentially pretty much nothing that the city can do on it, but we're getting a lot of calls. One of the times when I walked outside of City Council, I spoke to Ms. Wells about it before making this motion, just to make sure that there were no whatever, legal concerns or what have you with this motion. There appear to be none. So my motion is this, and it would be time limited. We can do it on June 18th, either an administration update or through a separate briefing, but this is my motion. Motion for city legal to brief Tampa City Council on the ability of the city to intervene in any way at the development at Marti Cologne area. I wish to state this at the beginning. It is my belief, based upon what I've been told, that there's nothing that the city can do.
I was told the same
Yes,
thing.
sir. But I think it's important for the public to hear this because I'm getting a lot of calls. We had a letter before from Representative Fentress Driscoll, now another one from State Representative Danny Alvarez. And I think it's good to have this discussion. We know what our council's going to say, but I think it's good for the public to hear that for purposes of just transparency so they can hear what we hear, because it is a very emotional issue. And that's it. So what I would do is to limit it, because again, we want to make sure that we deal with this in a responsible way. I don't like to write political checks that are going to bounce, right? So we can limit that discussion, including by council, to 10 minutes. So that's part of my motion, if I may. And again, this is with the understanding that we've already been told, but it's good to have it publicly stated.
With the 10-minute limit, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second. During administrative updates, we have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Miranda. Did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, just two things. I think these kind of discussions, and we can't have them individually, but these kind of discussions require more creative thinking. One of the things that I had proposed, and I think you all had supported, but the administration was against, is the problem is an individual like this can pay $50,000 for ground penetrating radar, and if it says there are no bodies, the public doesn't believe them. So there needs to be a third party, USF or the city, but there needs to be a way the city can pay somebody to do an analysis so the public trusts the process. Number two is that if you look at the different factors involved, a creative solution would be that, yes, there's no maybe legal thing that we can do right now, but a creative solution would be to swap properties with the person. If the person wants to develop properties, let's find a property nearby that's ideally already zoned and swap properties with them. So then the city would own this property and that person would be able to develop a property. But you have to think creatively outside the narrow limits of the law. And hopefully somebody will do this. And we've tried to do it in other situations like this too, but we've got to think creatively because the public is very frustrated by these issues.
May I say something really fast?
Go ahead, real fast.
Yes, sir, I know, right? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So yeah, in that motion, I would ask for our city attorney to brief us on what we can and what we can't do, including whether it's correspondence, there's the 10 commandments, and then there's the 10 suggestions. So that's part of it, so to speak. Thank you.
Second to that also.
For the 10 commandments and 10 suggestions. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Is that it? Yes, sir. Councilwoman Young?
Yes. Okay, so.
That's not all new business, is it?
Yes, it is. I will never stop it. I will never stop.
No, I meant like this.
Oh, yes, this is all the new business right here, starting from the top. So I don't know if you all know Mr. Albert Owens, also known as Mr. Buckified. He has a scholarship that he does every year in honor of his mom. So I was able to be a part of that presentation. Heard him say Youth Open Mic celebrated 19 years. Was that last weekend? I think it was last weekend. They celebrated 19 years, and I actually used to be a part of Heard 'em Say when I was a teenager. So very full circle moment to see the students and a lot of alumni that were there. Gentlemen's Quest had their awards gala, which was absolutely awesome, and to see all those young men. One actually got a full 4-year scholarship. I think he's going to either, I can't remember if it was FAMU or Bethune, but he got a full 4-year scholarship. Nice. It was really awesome. Some amazing young men. I went to Northview Hills Neighborhood Association, and they gave me a certificate of appreciation. It was very nice. First week of camp, summer camps have started, and still I'm just urging parents, please make sure if you can, find something for your student to do for this summer. The Tampa Ford Land Development Code meeting, I went to one at Reagan Park. There's a few more that are happening. I can't remember the dates. I think the next one is June 8th.
Yeah, the last one is June 8th. It's in
Yes.
West Tampa.
Yes.
Barksdale.
Yes. And I know you all know there was a lot of things that my predecessor, Ms. Henderson, was very passionate about, and it was she had her Jefferson Dragons, education, HBCUs and FAMU. And I went to the FAMU Be Out Day at Perry Harvey Park. This was the 3rd year. It was very well attended. It was very awesome, and I'm really excited just to see it continue to grow, and I know that she's very excited to see it grow as well. And then also her HBCU freshman send-off, which at the River Center, and it was hosted by her daughter Ariel and their family, and so it was very nice to attend that event. And lastly, my one of 3 interns started today, Miss Kendall, who is sitting here. Kendall, come really quickly. So this is my first intern. She started today. So I just wanted to, so you all can see Miss Kendall, and she's going to be around.
Say your name and in 30 seconds, tell us about yourself.
Okay, my name's Kendall Henderson. I'm a Tampa native. I went to Benino Middle School, graduated from Wharton High School. My brother goes to Jesuit. My dad graduated from Hillsborough. I attend American University in Washington, D.C., where I play soccer. My major is international relations, and my minor is Chinese.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay, so now you are absolutely the smartest person in council.
I'm super excited to work with you all this summer. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, welcome to Tampa City Council. Good. Wow. What a good acquisition that. Yeah. Dang. Wow. I'm impressed. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Okay, I'm going to apologize ahead of time for this, but I'm promising you that this will actually narrow things down. So, you know, we have a tree workshop coming up on the 25th, and I told you that I would help kind of streamline and organize this. So this is it, and I'm sorry, it's a lot to say. Don't worry, we have copies. So I made the motion to hold space on the June 25th workshop agenda for a second round of discussion of the Tree Trust Fund and the NRAC. This motion will further define the topics of discussion. So I make, number 1, I move to have staff explain the original purpose and goal of the NRAC, the Natural Resources Advisory Committee, and how it works with the internal technical working group. Explain the performance indicators and action items. That's my first motion.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
And by the way, staff's already agreed to all of this.
I'm like what I'm hearing.
Number 2, legal to prepare a draft NRAC resolution based on the April 23rd, 2026 discussion. After further discussion on June 25th, 2026, legal staff to return with a resolution for approval on July 16th, 2026.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
And third, council to set dates for NRAC appointments and to discuss whether to open the applications again.
Oh.
That will happen then.
Okay, very good. I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Okay, so I made this motion at the tree workshop. I made a motion that council move to review the $300 per tree mitigation fee. The motion was carried unanimously, but to follow up, I moved to have staff explain the steps required to increase the mitigation fee during this workshop on June 25th, 2026. No presentation is necessary. Just description of what the steps are. We've done this before.
Could that just be a written report?
No, I just want them, because they're going to be here anyway to talk about other things.
Okay.
So they're just going to tell us the next steps.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And
Ayes
then
have it.
then I'll have a follow-up motion
Okay.
for what our next steps are.
Okay.
And the last one, I want to have a further discussion on the Tremendous program. So I move to have staff Tremendous, sorry, whatever. I move to have staff give a brief explanation of the Tremendous program to include success rates, tree selection, wait list, where trees can be planted, and homeowner requirements. Further, to explain what is required to expand the program to include planting in all of a homeowner's front yards, like the full front yard instead of just the right of way.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. I have a second from Councilwoman Young. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
So I'm sorry that was a lot, but hopefully this will streamline the conversation
that was good.
during the workshop, because otherwise we're just going to run around like chickens.
I appreciate you doing that work. That was good.
Well, I want to say thank you for that, but all credit goes to Miss Kelly Scharf.
Oh, there you go. Thank you, Kelly. Is that it? Councilman Maniscalco.
Yes. I would like to make a motion to present a commendation off-site on October 2nd, 2026, to Tampa Bay Boulevard Elementary School on their centennial celebration. The school has been an important part of West Tampa's history for generations, and this celebration will honor the school's lasting impact on our community.
Excellent. I speed by them all the time.
You're the one that called about that.
I have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, just for clarification, that was a joke. Councilman Miranda.
Thank you very much. I would like to make a motion to remove the commendation for the Florida Aquarium from July 30th agenda and place it on the August 27th agenda, as President and CEO Roger German will be out of town.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Anything else?
Yeah, we'll receive and file.
No, you got to get to me
No,
first.
he's,
What it says there, yeah.
July 30th to August
27th.
Okay.
okay, I see that our fearless leader has a lot, so.
And I never have
I know,
new
so-
business. It's just kind of crazy.
So Chair Clendenin.
Yeah. Yes, I know. I never have new business. Okay, first I want to preface this with, I know the CRA's done an alley assessment within the West Tampa CRA. It's also my understanding that the Planning Department has been working on finishing the, assessing the alleys within the West Tampa. While these motions are broad, I hope we can finish assessing the alleys in West Tampa and then move on to the rest of the city. I've coordinated the following motions with the Mobility Department. Number one, I move that the City Council direct Mobility Department in coordination with other affected departments to report back to Council within 60 days on the progress and planned actions to define criteria for determining whether a public alley is functional and capable of supporting vehicular access. And that 60 days is actually August 6, 2026.
So I have a motion from the chair. I have a second from Councilmember Carlson. All those in favor? Aye.
I'm
Any
gonna say
opposed?
aye, but we gotta find out.
That's the whole
Yeah,
point. That's the whole point. Okay.
Yep. And then the second is, they're all, these lay on each other. It says, I move that the City Council direct Mobility Department to return to Council within 90 days to report detailing the scope of work needed to deliver a citywide alley assessment. The proposed scope should include description of needed tasks, estimated costs, staffing requirements, timeliness, and assessment delivery options. And that would be, the last date would be September 3rd, 2026 to be able to deliver that to us.
So I have a motion from Chair Clendenin. Do I have a second? Second from Councilmember Carlson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? No. Ayes have it.
Okay, the next one, this is, not to jinx this from the beginning, this has to do with the Hillsborough College land, and this is a request by the Planning Commission setting a transmittal hearing for TA CPA 26-03 on July 23rd, 2026 at 5:01 p.m. and direct the legal department to provide the city clerk with the form of notice for advertising for the public hearing.
No, that's, what land is that?
That's the Hillsborough College land.
All of it, the same?
Yep.
Same one we're talking about on the other side?
So I have a motion from
think
Chair
that-
Clendenin. Do I have a second before I can have any? So I have a second from Councilman Vieira.
I
Yes.
think we're making a mistake there, that this is still in, we haven't even decided what's gonna happen with that land or that individual bringing that. I don't wanna go into ruin a thing. I'm not lost for words, but we're negotiating now with something that's really big, one way or the other, and this is putting the cart in front of the horse by saying, we wanna do what you want, and we're gonna give you the right to do it. Is that it?
No, this is just the transmittal hearing. This is for the Planning Commission to send it up to Tallahassee to get their remarks to send it back. That's all this is.
Well, Tallahassee's gonna say they're funding it.
Well, but I'm saying, then it comes back to us for decisions. This is not a decision point. This is just a transmittal hearing. Mr. Shelby.
My understanding is that this is a ministerial process at this point to direct the notice to go out for City Council to consider at a transmittal hearing whether it wishes to transmit this to the state and have the Planning Commission address it.
Susan?
Is that correct?
Ms. Susan Johnson.
She's shaking her head yes. So in a sense, Council, you're not taking any action. What you're doing is you're putting this on a future agenda for you to have that opportunity.
Okay, so I have a motion from Chair Clendon and a second from Councilman Vieira. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so I have,
Motion carried with Miranda voting no.
Okay. And my last and more pleasant motion is, and this will be good for Councilman Vieira since they're performing up there. I'd like to make a motion for the Tampa City Ballet to provide a presentation on September 17th, 2026. About the impact that they're making on the community and the mission of making professional dance accessible throughout Tampa Bay. Yeah.
so I have a motion from the chair.
Second.
I have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. I have to say, they emailed me and asked me to come and see a show, and I went to see the new Ballet Works, which was just unbelievably innovative. It was so incredibly cool.
Did you see the video game one?
Yes, went to see the video game one. It was absolutely amazing. It was just one of the best live performances I've seen in a really long time. So I highly recommend, if you have not had the chance to go to the Tampa Ballet, that you do so. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Let me say something too, because this fall when they come back, they're in break for summer. They're gonna have that La Septima. If you haven't seen that,
Yeah.
that's Tampa Bay's cigar. Amazing.
yeah.
Absolutely incredible.
Is the one you were just talking about still there, or is it gone?
No, they're out for break.
They're gone, okay.
Yeah, no, it was only for 3 days. It was unbelievable. It was so fast. So I would really, obviously we want to do more for the ballet, but really I would love for them to, we went to the very first performance, which was a matinee on a Saturday, and they had Saturday night and Sunday, and that was it. And we just wanted to tell the world about it, but unfortunately we just didn't have time. So any way that we could find to extend their runs so that more people could see, it was the most innovative, interesting thing. They had a graphic designer from Apple who had created this projection on the back wall, on the floor, and on the whole sides of the theater, and they were acting like they were in a video game. So they were hopping and jumping. It kind of did go back to like Super Mario Brothers, where they would hit something and something would explode. And they did a running game. It was so similar to like the car racing games. It was truly amazing. And that was only one of the amazing performances. So
I took my 5-year-old granddaughter up. Again, plug for New Tampa. Was
It's
it
a
New Tampa
beautiful
Performing Arts
space.
Center?
Yeah.
Really nice space, and we did that drive to Tampa.
Yeah.
So my 5-year-old granddaughter, and she just started at the Straz this last week, a summer ballet program. So, inspired. It was Sleeping. We went to see Sleeping Beauty.
That's it. That's, you're 5 minutes away from where I live, because I'm in Hunters Green, which is right in front of it. And yeah, that passed in the county commission. It almost failed.
Really?
That was Victor Chris's baby. Then Ken Hagan took it over, and it almost failed. And the city intervened and promised to do maintenance on it. It's a great thing.
That's a great asset for the community.
But we have to vote on this. So I have a motion from Chair Clendenin, and who seconded it? Councilmember Maniscalco. All in favor? Aye. And I do have one more thing I did want to mention, because Councilwoman Young mentioned the Land Development Code updates. They've been great. We had one in South Tampa on Monday. That was very well attended. We had a great one in East Tampa on Tuesday, also well attended. North Tampa was last night, and we had some really good conversations. So I highly recommend anybody who hasn't been able to make it out, come to Barksdale Community Center at 6:30 on Monday night, June 8th.
And y'all be nice to staff.
They were. People are very passionate about it, but some really great ideas have come from all of it. I've really enjoyed the time.
Very good.
Mr. Chair, can I make a motion to ask staff to fix the squeaky door?
I like that squeaky door. I can tell when people are coming in. Where'd Jamie go? Jamie's gone.
Really time me for 1 minute, may I please?
You have to ask Mr. Maniscalco, because he's the one that's getting the antsiest over here.
I did. If I may, and thank you, it's on a gentleman, Rory Jones, that all of us know, who's obviously with our water department. Mm-hmm. He came out to a meeting at Forest Hills to talk about some drought issues, and it was pouring rain out there. He went out there. I know, right? It was pouring rain. It was pouring rain out there, and he did a great job. He was very patient And I want to say this publicly. He ran into somebody there who was extremely rude to him. And it just pissed me off because he's a nice guy. And so I just wanted to, I told the mayor and Chief Bennett about it, but I just wanted to publicly salute Rory for having patience and resiliency in the face of little something. So that's all. He's a good guy.
I think that's a reminder that, we all, we're elected and getting yelled at and stuff, but the staff, they're employees and they're working here and a lot of them are working many, many hours. I think we have to be, I ask the public to give them the deference of that,
Yeah.
for that. So, very good. Okay, I have a motion to receive and file from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We are adjourned.